want to just, anytime you just pop it off the ticket, you can do that.
I love how long this is. Oh my gosh, unbelievable.
So,
oh, this is a great little setup here.
cool. And let me know. I don't have an earpiece for anything, so let me know if.
Oh wait, is this for me?
That's for you.
Wow. Huh. I've never had that.
Yeah, if you need to set anything down and look at notes, or if you, is it high enough for you, or do you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay, let me. I'm gonna go ahead and pull one on you real quick.
For being in the desert, it's kind of chilly.
Yes. Let me know if you end up hearing them or anything.
Okay, I can hear the feed right now, but I haven't heard them talk to me yet, so.
Okay.
And I think, aren't you starting the live stream in like 15 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay.
So while you guys are doing that, I think we're good with you right now. I'm just going to set up a couple more things.
So nobody told us, but they just took the feed live, so we're live right now.
Oh, awesome.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
I was not told. Thank goodness I've gotten multiple texts from Vanessa and Matt telling me that the live stream is up right now. Thank you both for letting us know. We're just setting some stuff up.
Can I hear you okay? Is everything good?
Yes, Evan, I'm plugged in right now. I can hear, I think it's Court in the background. Oh, everyone's so nice. This is cool, by the way, Ben. I love this little stand.
Right on. And if you need anything, don't be afraid to holler at me for it.
Okay. Heads up, we're live on YouTube. Okay, yes, plugged in, listening now. Wait, did I just hear somebody? Okay, troubleshooting. Got it. No worries, guys. Wait, did I hear testing? I think they're still trying to figure it out. On earth. This is the hardest jacket in the world. Oh, I guess while we're waiting, do you want to go over what to do? Like, let's say there's...
Yeah, so you're not going to need your IFB, right?
So, like, you're saying if there's
Like
a
if I need to,
or something?
Yeah, if I need to run real quick,
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think. I can grab my phone if that's the case and like grab the mic and my phone and then they can text me if there's something, like if we need to unplug me. Because I'm hooked up to the TV, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull the IFB.
Okay.
If we have to stay handheld, I want to...
So you just shoulder it maybe?
Huh?
You think you want to bring the tripod? Or you don't want to shoulder it?
I'm going to try to if you can.
So, I don't know. When I was here in the past, there wasn't any sort of presser or anything. I talked to an attorney over there, but like, they didn't set anything up.
So the 2 times that I was here, one time they walked all the way over there. See where they're
like the
walking
parking
up?
lot? Okay.
And everyone ended up running over there. But the second time we convinced them to stand right here.
Well, I hope that's where the stand is.
So
here.
if they
I'll just scoot out of the way.
Yeah,
Just
so
go
if
right
they
here.
We're going to throw the mic on here and
Perfect.
just move the mic and
Great.
just move the stand.
Yes, I'll grab this, grab my stuff, and get out of the way. Okay.
Yeah, and the only thing is this is on here, so we'll just. But I'll.
Wait,
I'll
what
run,
is this?
That's just the
Just
sandbag
to wait,
so it doesn't
'cause
flow
it's...
over.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
So hopefully they just do it here. If we problem just come right here, just throw it on here. I'm gonna go put this right here, set that up. We're gonna move that, and it's perfect. We'll just. I might have to move the light if other media shows up. I don't know. But.
Yeah, because it's. Let's see. We're about an hour. But I mean. Okay. Yeah, we'll just see.
So we'll do that. But if we have to run and gun, I'm gonna just keep it on my shoulder. I had to do that before.
Okay.
I'm gonna disconnect your IFB.
It'll be fine.
Yeah, and then you're gonna follow me with the mic.
Do you need me to carry the TV or anything?
I don't know. I'll put it on my back.
Backpack?
Yeah,
okay.
I'm gonna backpack it because I have 2 things hooked up to it right now. I have this and this.
Oh wait, is that the screen that will be programmed?
Can you let them know we're not getting any monitor feedback? Like I have the HDMI hooked up.
Okay, I'll
I'm
text.
not getting any. If not, then we're just gonna disconnect it. I'm not. This is what happened last time. I couldn't get any feedback.
I can hear you. Is it Evan? It sounds like Evan. Doesn't sound like Jonah. No, it's not. Hi, Jonah. It didn't sound like you. I can hear you, though. Okay, got it. Oof. Can you do me a favor and grab me my umbrella from the front seat? Thank you. Hi. Okay, that sounded like Jonah. Thank you. Okay, cool. Yes. Hold on. Can I just put my umbrella up one sec? What on earth? There we go. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We are. From the mic and not the camera. Okay, one sec. Then can we just confirm?
We're here for support.
Can we just confirm that the mic, or the audio rather, is coming from the mic and not the camera?
On one channel, it is coming from the mic. On channel 1, it's coming from your mic. Channel 2 is coming from the onboard mic.
Okay,
Are they
Jonah,
okay with
it's
that?
channel 1 is coming from my mic, and then channel 2 is like from the camera.
Do they need me to switch it to both?
Do you need us to switch it to both? My first time using this umbrella. That's Tyler. They're working on something.
Okay.
I'm glad that we have the time to do this.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. An additional question that I have for you is, and this might be for Boris, like there was the playback monitor or whatever. We have it set up, but I'm not seeing program. Okay, I can text him. Oh, he is. Okay. Well. Okay. Hi! It's good to hear you guys. Hi, how are you? Good. Okay, well, I guess I'll text Boris. Okay, we don't have the lights on yet. They were saying that with the umbrella, if we could get more light on my face.
It's raining right now.
So, yeah.
Let me see if I can try to get...
If I go like this. He did turn on a light. Okay, so I think... Okay, and then hopefully it stops raining.
Can they see you now?
Now I look good. Is this lighting though good? Okay, they say that this is good.
Okay.
And then I'll try to hold it not like this, but rather like this.
Okay.
Okay, cool. Okay, do you guys need more? Oh, the Boris question. Do you need more tests for me right now? Or do you want me just to come like 15 minutes or so before we go on air? On network air. Okay, cool. Thank you. The fact that it's 54 degrees and I'm shivering, like, what's going on? Okay, I'll be back at around like 11:45 then. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Talk then. Okay, so they want us just to come back and do this all over again right before we go live on network. So at about 11:45.
Are you sure you still?
Okay, cool. And then I guess I could keep my IFB.
You could split it from the.
Is that fine if I just?
Yeah, just pull it off, and I'll leave it right here. For
Okay,
you, so.
perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, get warm.
Still nothing. Okay. Okay, I messaged our engineers. Okay, cool. People are starting to show up though. So in my shot, I have to sit back out there because I'm scared of her. How high up is like where is it?
You're pretty much on the medium, so I have to work here.
Do you see the little thing?
No, that's where I crop it out.
Oh great, okay, cool. Wow, that's cool.
Yeah, so I punch into you right here. The only time I'll come back out is if for some reason you need to talk to somebody or they do a presser or something like that. What's up? How you doing, stranger? It's good to see you. How you doing? Good to see you too. I got a wonderful time. Eddie, I'm on. Yeah. Yeah, man, I just rolled in off of an 8-gainer down in South Florida. A little strung out. It's all good though. They'll scan you, and then you just go up and yeah, it's pretty chill at first. Oh, there he is back.
Five-time award-winning analyst Franke.
Wes, you back. Good morning, Steve. Good morning, Tanya.
You guys want an interview? I got you. I'm being ready.
Yeah, they get a lot worse than that. see you again, brother.
Hey man, how are you? How you doing?
Good, man. How about
Good New
yourself?
Year?
What's that?
Have a good New Year?
Yeah, I had a great New Year's. I just got back from eight days down in South Florida.
Okay.
I didn't get back until like midnight last night in Vegas. I flew to Vegas and then had to drive all the way home. Yeah. Now it's like, yeah, it's like I can't get enough coffee in my system.
We'll keep each other up, man. We'll be like,
Yeah, shit, man. We'll just keep bouncing some energy off of one another.
But they usually post it on that YouTube court Twitter. I remember reading it before last month. And I cannot find that Twitter for the life of me. Hey, do you guys have a copy of the media order?
I don't have a copy. No, I think I have a copy inside.
Inside?
I think so. I'm not sure. I don't have a copy. You know what she does?
I don't know.
Yeah, he needs that. Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. I just want nothing happens.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah. Give yourself a good spot. There you go, bro.
Okay.
in the courthouse yet? Family come in yet? I think my screen's up there.
I'm not saying that they haven't, I just so busy setting up. The only person I heard that was one of the three-year-old member, but I don't remember seeing family, so.
Good morning.
Hey, I was going to say hi, how you doing?
This is going from Vegas. I was like, I'm trying to remember where everyone's from.
Yeah. I remember seeing you. How you doing?
Good.
Were they calling you up last week?
Of course, today would be the day that it totally rains.
Yeah, you're shot.
Yeah, I asked I almost didn't bring my umbrella. My husband last night, I was going downstairs before loading. I'm like, what's the forecast? And he's like, rain on Wednesday. And I'm like, oh, okay. Came early.
They said it was going to drizzle. Like that, when I looked at it, they're like, no, rain will be done by 9 a.m. Yeah, right.
Don't be shot. I'm glad you were able to thanks. Yeah, he's like, who are these streets you call? Said he doesn't think so. Which, surprise, surprise. Oh well. Can't say. Fingers crossed.
can you get from work? Where are you guys at?
Law&Crime.
Oh, cool, cool. I'm with Fox and TV.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
here's my old hometown, so it's kind of fun to be there. I used to cover a lot of the big stations.
Wow.
I live a few hours away, but nothing is really good, but the outdoor is good. Yeah, that was one of the things I took from there. When I would come here, when we would go there, it was empty. But now it's like, yeah. Where are you guys?
We're based in New York.
New York, okay.
So actually, I'm about to go down.
Do your thing. Yeah, do your thing.
Great to meet you. So can I need to plug in my ISP?
Yeah, no worries. I'll set you up.
Do you want me to hold? Yeah. You can phone me.
You look really wet until I saw that umbrella. How's it going? Nice to see you. Okay.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Good, nice to see you. I'm gonna get set up. I'll see you after.
All right, buddy.
This little tray is nice, but I'm not going to risk putting my phone out in the pouring rain to have it out there.
Okay, we're not going to be able to turn on the lights with the rain, so I'll just have them blow with the ice through.
Okay, if you guys can hear me, they're saying we're not going to turn on the lights because of the rain. It's coming down pretty hard. So I will tilt my umbrella like that, so hopefully you can get as much sunlight on me as possible. Okay, cool. Okay, fantastic. Thank you. I know. Isn't this supposed to be the desert? It's like... Okay. Wait, they said that they can't hear me.
Oh, thank you. How about now?
Oh, wait. Can you hear me now? Probably? Maybe? Well, okay. They'll talk to me soon.
Yeah, you should be on channel 2.
I'm on 2, and then the
And
boom
then
is
Mike
on
is
1.
channel 1.
Or wait, no. Mike is channel 1, right?
Unless they want you both on.
I think that they said that that was fine.
Okay.
Hi, yes. I can hear you. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. Is there any way to turn up like what's in my ear? Is that on your guys' end or on our end? Like I can hear you, but you're like a little muffly, and I want to make sure I don't miss if they're asking me a question. Okay. Okay. Okay, I am hearing you right now. I think I'm just... Okay, I'll ask him though. Is there, Ben, do you know on the TV or on your end if there's anything to like turn up so that like me hearing them in my IFB I should have brought a winter coat. Oh.
The IFB's on full blast.
Oh, it's on full? Okay. Years of wearing an IFB have taken its toll. Okay, I'm sure it'll be fine. Yeah, I can hear Jesse. And I can understand what he's saying. Okay. No, I think I'm just being paranoid that I'm gonna miss a question or something. I really hope it stops raining. How does it look with the lighting? Like if I'm like that, is that okay? Usually I shiver until I start, like, once I'm on air, it somehow deletes itself. After years of doing live reports in Wisconsin, I was like, ugh. And then when they were like on air, I was like, and reporting live. So I think I can do it, hopefully. Where the live chat is still on YouTube. We'll switch to network.
You want gloves?
Do you have them?
Okay.
I'll try them on, and if I look ugly, I'll take them off. If not, no worry. I'm sure I'll be fine once I start going. Maybe a little movement to keep me warm. Actually, this isn't bad. It's actually nice out. Who doesn't love a little rain? And overcast is great for our shot. I'll try them on. I think I'm getting warmer. Thank you.
You can always just throw them on when we're not live.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Maybe I'll do that because otherwise I'll look like a psycho. Okay. Thank you so much. If you get cold, do you want them in the intro?
Yeah, fine.
I really thought about bringing my winter coat and I was like, I don't need it. But it'll be fine. All right, the bailiff just moved some media into the jury box. I'm in seat number 1, and we'll have a direct view of the defendants. Amazing. I think we're a couple minutes from live. Hi. Wow, I didn't have a cough until now. Hi, Bob. I'm doing well. How are you? Oh, of course. Great, great. Can't wait to talk. Hi, Christina. Ah! So excited. It's pouring, I would say. So it'll be a little juggling act, like reading the texts, but I think it'll be fine. Okay, cool. Great. Both attorneys for Jodi Hildebrandt and Franke are in the courtroom. Cool. Okay, hi. All right, we're coming on.
To put us up to speed. So, Sierra, welcome. What do you got for us?
Well, Bob, today is Judgment Day for Ruby Franke and her partner in business and crime, Jodi Hildebrandt, here at the Washington County Courthouse in St. George, Utah. You've heard the story before. Last August, the pair were arrested after a young boy broke free from duct tape shackles and called 911. That boy was Ruby Franke's son, and along with his sister, Ruby Franke's youngest daughter, they suffered months of abuse. But okay, a lot has changed since then. Originally, it was 6 counts of aggravated child abuse per defendant, but when Ruby Franke pleaded guilty in December and then Jodi Hildebrandt shortly thereafter, those charges changed from 6 to 4. And that kind of brings us up to speed where we are today. That is what is going to happen here behind me at the courthouse. Actually, the sentencing hearing just began. Each woman has pleaded guilty to those multiple counts, and we're expecting to hear more information. But the big question we have on our hands is, how long will they spend behind bars? Well, we don't know. You heard that right. We don't know. Today, the judge is not going to give us an official number, anything like that. The big thing we'll learn today, though, is whether those sentences will run concurrently or consecutively, though we do expect to learn more details from inside the courtroom today.
Yeah, I mean, this is really like a fascinating case, and I was talking to the producer about this before we went on air, and I think that, you're there, you've got the feel of it. I think the reason why this has caught the nation's attention is both the backgrounds of these individuals, their seemingly normal life, the fact that Franke in particular had a very successful YouTube channel where she's giving advice about how to raise your children. So there's such, I don't know if you'd use the word hypocrisy or just shock. What do you sense out there as the community's feeling? Is that why this case has caught people's attention, because of the things I'm mentioning, or something else?
Bob, I have spoken to multiple people here in St. George. It's kind of a tight-knit community. A lot of people here are LDS, too, which is what both Ruby Franke and Jodi Hildebrandt practice. So it is something that shocked a lot of people, because this is a wholesome area of the country. Not a lot of drinking, a lot of emphasis on family time. And so I think that's really part of it, is just the shock of something like this you don't expect to see in a small-ish town like this. I was just talking to people actually right before I came on air with you, and it's still months later, people are still shocked by the details.
Yeah. So what do we expect to hear from either of the defendants, Ruby or Jodi, and or any of the children, as part of a victim impact statement?
Okay, I'm glad that you asked this. Right now, we don't know, but are hoping to learn soon. So we could hear a victim impact statement from Jodi or from Ruby, either of them. As for the children, we're unclear. I actually want to read you a text that I received yesterday. This is from Kevin Franke's attorney. So I reached out to him and was wondering whether Kevin Franke was actually going to appear, if there was going to be any sort of victim impact statement from him or the children. And I want to read this because it's very interesting. He said, "Neither Kevin nor I will be making formal statements to the press, nor will Kevin be making a victim impact statement. Since the kids are still in the custody of Utah DCFS, which is juvenile care, foster care, I suspect that neither will they be. Our only comment is that we trust the judge to sentence them both to 1 to 15 years for each of the 4 counts to run consecutively. Then it will be up to the Utah State Board of Pardons to decide if that will be shortened or other conditions imposed." Now here's the part that I really want you to pay attention to. "The treatment these children received at the hands of those who the children had a right to trust was horrific and inhumane, both physically and psychologically. Kevin, Ruby's estranged husband, remains focused on the rehabilitation of these sweet and vulnerable children so that they might return to a normal life as soon as possible.
Well, Sierra, you're bringing up a couple of things now. We're going back and forth real good here, like a little bit like a tennis match. Okay, that's a beautiful laudatory statement, but let's talk about Kevin Franke himself. This is the father. This is the husband of the defendant. He was living in the home during some of the time that these events were alleged to have occurred, no?
So this is where things are kind of complicated. Utah is a great big state. I'm right down at the bottom in Washington County, and that's where this abuse allegedly happened, actually about 20 minutes from where I am right now in Ivins. But Kevin Franke was north in the Franke family home in Springville. That's closer to Salt Lake City. Now, ahead of all of this, because this all happened back in 2023, they were separated. But that was not the first time that Ruby Franke ran into controversy with her parenting tactics, let's say. So Kevin Franke was around for some of that when the police had been called up in northern Utah. But as for this abuse that the sentencing is for today, he says he knew nothing about it.
Yeah, and do you anticipate, and I'm just asking you to speculate here, Sierra, that maybe he's not going to make a statement because he's concerned that he could potentially face some criminal law liability should he say something wrong?
I think that's an interesting point that you make. I have been in contact with his attorney for months now, really since this happened, and they have stayed kind of tight-lipped. The information that I have gotten, though, is that he wants to remain even-keeled. He says that it is his #1 goal to have custody of all his children. As I said, they're in foster care right now. So I really think that he's just doing his best to stay the course, you know, to do the best he can to have those children back. I don't know that he actually will face charges, but that's obviously something we're going to have to follow and see if it does develop.
Yeah, and Sierra, also with respect to the mom, I mean, she's being charged now. Obviously, she's going to be sentenced to potentially, it seems like state prison for sure. It's just a question of how long a period of time. Do we know whether or not she's asserting any rights to have at least visitation, whether it be supervised or otherwise, when she gets out? What are her parental rights stand now?
Okay, this is kind of interesting. There's a lot of question marks in this case still, so we don't know all of the details this exact moment. But what I do know, after Ruby Franke serves her time, however long that may be, she will continue to be monitored by the Utah Division of Children and Family Services, so forever she's going to be watched. And as for her relationship with her children, there's no law that says they have to maintain contact with their mom. She won't have custody of them anymore, so I think it's really up to the children and their father whether they will actually see Ruby Franke or Jodi Hildebrandt in the future. That still remains to be seen.
All right, Sierra, let's let our audience understand, and maybe you can educate me as well. I mean, we've read the articles. You know this case inside and out. You're out there. You got the feel of what's going on. How does this all happen? I mean, Franke has got this website. According to the article, she gets this involvement with Hildebrandt. Hildebrandt's kind of like a life coach-ish kind of person. They form this relationship. And Franke, I think, has suggested that she was influenced by Hildebrandt. Talk to us a little bit more about Hildebrandt. Who is she? Is she some sort of Svengali or some kind of person that can cause somebody to go from a good, decent, law-abiding citizen and mom to a child abuser facing state prison? What do we know about her?
There are a lot of conspiracy theories surrounding Jodi Hildebrandt, so it's hard to decipher what's real and what isn't, but a lot of the things we know are shocking that we actually can confirm. Now, what you mentioned talking about Ruby Franke pointing the finger at Jodi Hildebrandt, that's accurate. I mean, when she pleaded guilty back in December, we heard a lot of those details, and it almost sounded as if Ruby was saying that she was brainwashed by Jodi. Now, Jodi is this almost self-proclaimed guru who was a therapist to multiple couples, and that's actually what happened with Ruby Franke and her husband Kevin. According to Kevin's attorney, when I talked to him, this therapy was not very traditional. She said that the family needed to be separated, that the children shouldn't see their father, a lot of things like that, you know, not traditional as far as therapy goes. But in addition to the other things, these allegations of abuse, now that she's pleaded guilty to, we actually have spoken with her niece, Jessie, who has actually been on Law&Crime multiple times. She echoed similar things recordings to those court documents talking about the abuse at the hands of Jodi. So this is a trend we've almost seen from her, that she, over the years, has continued this child abuse.
Okay, and listen, what is the reaction out there in terms of, I mean, the community very involved, very put back about all of this. This is a very unusual case, even by national standards. What's it like out there? Is there lots of media or a lot of people? What's the scene feel like?
Out here today, I'm just looking around now. We have a couple of different cameras that are out. The sentencing hearing is actually happening right now behind me. So there are multiple reporters, including our executive producer, inside in the courtroom. We are all setting up in case anything happens. Who's to say? There could be a press conference, new information coming out. So there are national and local media coverage here. But as far as the people who live here in southern Utah, the ones that I've spoke to, some have been hesitant to comment at all. They don't want to talk about the case. Those who I have spoken to, who are rather outspoken, still say they're shocked by it. I mean, like you said, this is something shocking nationally, even globally, I would say, but not something that you expect in a small town like this. So I do think it's still making shockwaves throughout the community.
Yeah, I just wanted, before we take a little bit of a detour here, Sierra, I'm curious. I mean, there was a lot of talking about them as being Mormons, and I always get, that always frustrates me when they start talking about people's faith and any influence that could have or not have, or maybe that it's just surprising that people of that faith, that kind of thing. But has the church taken any kind of official position with regard to this?
It is difficult when it comes to religion because there are extremists in any religion, I'm sure that you would know. But I don't believe that the LDS Church has come out and made a giant statement about this. I'm sure that they, are against any sort of child abuse or any of the charges that either of these women face. But I don't believe that they have a giant hand in what's at play here.
All right. Well, listen, great reporting. Really appreciate it, Sierra. We're going to stay with this, and you're going to stay with us, and we're going to read some updates from our executive producer, Kathy Russin, who is in the courtroom as we speak. But as we wait for those updates to roll in, let's take a look back at the 911 call that prompted these arrests. And again, remembering this is kind of like a really chilling scene that both this neighbor and the police encountered when this whole thing unraveled.
911, the address of your emergency. Tell me exactly what's happened.
I just had a 12-year-old boy show up here at my front door asking for help. We know there's been problems at this neighbor's house. He's emaciated, he's got tape around his legs, he's hungry, and he's thirsty. And he asked us to call the police. So he's very afraid. This kid has obviously been... I think he's been detained. He's obviously covered in wounds. We need the cops here as soon as possible.
All right, well, there you hear it. I mean, this 911 tape that unraveled this entire scenario was really quite something. So I want to go back to you, Sierra, real quick. I'm sure that this was something that was bone-chilling for anybody to see, but as you indicated before, in this particular area would have been a shock to a neighbor to see this. Can you describe a little bit more about what it was that this neighbor saw and the level of abuse that later investigators determined?
Yeah, I think this is something shocking. I mean, we've heard that 911 call over and over, and I feel like every time I still am like, what? I can't believe something like this would happen. But the neighbor himself actually said things have been kind of funky at that home in the past. I have noticed some things that were different. And according to the court documents, we know some pretty harrowing details. I mean, right now it's raining. We're in the winter time, but in the summer, it gets pretty scalding hot out here. And those are the months of this abuse from May of 2023 all the way to August. Temperatures here can get upwards of 115 degrees. I mean, it's really hot out. And some of the abuse included having these children outside for hours on end without sunscreen. I mean, they were completely blistering. At times, they were hooked up with handcuffs on their wrists and on their ankles. I mean, you could really see the damage on their hands and on their ankles. But I do want to pivot very quickly because, as you said, we have our executive producer inside. She just gave me some really good details. I'm reading this to you now. I have not gone through it yet. But she said said Ruby's son Chad and her husband Kevin are in the courtroom, who we've been talking about a bit too. Chad is not the person who sustained the abuse. That was her younger son Russell, but Chad is an older adult. Ruby has entered. The judge is on the bench. Prosecutors asked the judge to honor the plea agreement. This is a quote. She committed horrible acts of child abuse in a concentration camp setting. I mean, you can see the very harrowing description there. The prosecutor said each of the younger children believed to the extent that they deserved the abuse. And this is something we had seen in the past in those court documents, that the children believed they were evil, that they were possessed, that they had to endure this torture in order to repent and have their sins forgiven. Now, Ruby's oldest daughter, Sherry, is also here. Ruby said these words, quote, "Kevin, you are the love of my life," and Kevin is crying. So that's what is happening right now behind me in the courthouse.
All right, well, let's bring in Lauren Matthias with us as a journalist and host of the Hidden True Crime. Lauren, can you give us an idea of what's going on in that courtroom right now? It sounds to me like it's the lawyers trying to justify to the judge the plea agreement so that the judge accepts the plea and goes forward with sentencing. What's your thoughts?
You know, it's interesting to hear that Chad is there as well as Kevin, and that Kevin is crying. Sierra really set the stage there for what's going on and the emotion in that courtroom. I think that what we're going to learn today is it going to be consecutive? And I think that that's what everybody is waiting with bated breath and wanting to know. And it sounds like we're going to find out. Let's see.
Yeah, well, Lauren, Hidden True Crime podcast, Hidden True Crime. Let's talk about that issue because, a lot of the cases that I've handled as a prosecutor, they weren't really hidden. They came right out and were right in front of you, murder cases, things of that nature. This was something where a crime was literally lying in wait. It was being hidden from the public under the veneer of these individuals who were telling people what to do to raise their children, properly. And yet the level of abuse that we find out was going on here was quite amazing, that while there were kind of like signs and people kind of complaining about it, that this was not found out earlier. What are your thoughts as a person that specializes in crime and hidden crime in particular about why this case is a little bit different than most?
Right, the hidden motives. Thank you for asking that, Bob. I think one thing is Sierra mentioned that these children thought they were evil and that they were sinning and that they thought that they were, and that Jodi Hildebrandt, a therapist who is in a position of power, someone you're supposed to trust, that people in the community did trust, then is charged and convicted as the abuser in this case, and that these children were so brainwashed that they believed that the abuse was their fault, that there is this bit of religious element and as well as this idea that we should trust this therapist, that she is in this position of power. I think it gets into a little bit of a cult type of scenario, like a cult leader almost. And that's what I think people are wondering, it's about who was responsible. Was it Jodi? Was it Ruby? Of course, they've been charged with the same charges, the 4 consecutive counts of aggravated abuse. And then the other thing, and I really want to talk to you about this, is the fact that it was so severe that I want to point out that in the probable cause, it stated life-threatening injuries. Think about that for a second. Life-threatening injuries, and that they refer to this as torture. You mentioned a concentration camp, and yet this is only a second-degree felony in Utah. And I think that's something that also we need to see as well, is that in aggravated abuse in the state of Utah is a second-degree felony, and I'm really interested in that and your thoughts on that as well. But I think the severity of this abuse, that it was in hidden plain sight by people that were prominent, good people in the community, is really a big factor in what makes this so shocking, as well as a YouTuber mother.
Yeah, I mean, great questions, and I would like to answer that question. Sentencing parameters are very difficult. As a prosecutor, we want to make sure, and as a defense lawyer, and as a judiciary, that we have reasonable sentencing guidelines. Sometimes, one set of guidelines does not fit all, that's for sure. But I'm going to get back to that question, Lauren, because I think it's a good one. But I'm being told right now that Sierra, who's on the ground for us here at the Law&Crime Network, has some updates with regard to the sentencing. Sierra.
Hey, Bob, here's the information that I have for you right now. Ruby Franke's sentencing has finished. It is 10:20 local time. time, so that's 20 minutes. There's a 10-minute recess before we're hearing from Jodi Hildebrandt, and I want to read to you some of the information from our executive producer inside. The defense says Ruby Franke is committed to doing the work. Quote, she is a delightful and respectful person. Here's a statement from Ruby herself. I was led to believe this world was an evil place filled with church leaders that lie and molest and children who need abuse. My choice to believe this led to criminal behavior. Jodi Hildebrandt was never my business partner. She was my son's counselor. Ruby said she's never received any wages. She also again mentioned Kevin was the love of her life. Now, Ruby continued on saying, my choice to live in fear of the world has created a blind spot for me. Watching my community respond to my charges with justice, mercy, grace, and love, this world is full of really great people. I'm sorry for twisting God's words and distorting this doctrine. This is a big one here, Bob. I'm willing to serve a prison sentence as long as it takes to unravel for what I believe. So that is very interesting what we're hearing right now. And I do believe, I'm so sorry that I'm getting rain all over my phone and it's not acting exactly how it normally should, but I do believe, yep, this is correct here. 1 to 5 sentences, 1 to 15 rather, sentences are all set to run consecutively. So that's what we're just learning right now. Those sentences will run consecutively.
Okay, all right, appreciate it, Sierra. All right, I'm being told that there's something going on with regard to sentencing in the courtroom, so let's go in.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to District Court. We're here for sentencing in the matter of State of Utah versus Ruby Franke. Ms. Franke is here with Mr. Windward. Mr. Clark and Mr. Sham are here for the State of Utah, and we are ready to proceed with sentencing.
We are. Yes, Your Honor.
Counsel, the terms of the sentence were agreed to as part of the plea agreement, correct?
That is correct.
There is a pre-sentence investigation report in the matter. I have reviewed that. Everyone has seen it.
Yes.
What about restitution, counsel, before we move on with other matters?
We'd like to leave that open at this time, Your Honor. I can get into that. I might be more comfortable if we approach to get into that.
Is there an agreement that restitution, that we reserve that, and for what period of time?
8 months is what we're anticipating. But I haven't talked to the defendant's counsel about that.
We haven't discussed that, Your Honor.
Is there any objection?
No.
All right. What's the state's position regarding sentencing?
Your Honor, the state, I'll stand up. The state respectfully requests that the court sentence Ms. Franke to consecutive prison terms for each of the 4 counts of aggravated child abuse. This sentence was agreed to by Ms. Franke in her plea agreement and is also recommended by adult probation and parole. She committed horrible acts of child abuse. From May to August in 2023, Ms. Franke and her business partner held her 2 children, ages 9 and 11, turning 12, in a concentration camp-like setting. The children were regularly denied food, water, beds to sleep in, and virtually all forms of entertainment. They were isolated from others and were hidden when people came to visit the house where the children and the defendants were staying. The children were forced to do physical tasks like carrying loaded boxes up and down stairs and wall sits or sitting against a wall without a chair or a stool for hours at a time. They were also forced to do manual labor outdoors in the extreme summer heat, at times without shoes or socks. They were forced to stand outside on a cement patio in the summer heat for hours and even days at a time. They were beaten, and the 12-year-old was regularly bound hand and foot after he attempted to run away in mid-July. Both children had extensive physical injuries from the abuse that required hospitalization when they were found. The injuries from the binding to the 12-year-old are particularly awful. In addition to physical abuse, the children were emotionally abused to the extent that each believed, to some degree, that they deserved what was being done to them. Had the older of the children not had the courage to run away and ask a neighbor to call the police, heaven only knows how much longer he could have survived in that situation. After being caught, Ms. Franke has shown considerable remorse, as evidenced by agreeing to serve consecutive prison terms and being willing to cooperate with the state against Ms. Hildebrandt. However, given the severity of the abuse she inflicted, consecutive terms are appropriate in this case. As the court's aware, Section 76-3401 lays out factors the court takes into account in determining whether consecutive or concurrent sentences should be imposed. Those factors are the gravity and circumstances of the offense, the number of victims, and the history, character, and rehabilitative needs of the defendant. As agreed to in the plea agreement and as recommended by adult probation and parole, consecutive sentences are appropriate. This is due to the severity of the abuse to both victims. It could be argued that Ms. Franke should receive a lesser sentence than Ms. Hildebrandt because of her remorse and willingness to cooperate with the state. However, the Board of Pardons and Parole will have broad latitude and will be able to take those facts into account when it determines how long each of the co-defendants will remain incarcerated. In conclusion, we respectfully request that the court go along with what was agreed to in the plea agreement and is recommended by adult probation and parole and impose consecutive sentences.
Thank you. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Windward?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. In my few comments this morning, and in the comments my client wishes to make in a few minutes, we are not suggesting, nor are we asking that the court deviate from the stipulated sentence contained in the written plea agreement. I want the court to know that through introspection and reflection, Ruby Franke has become a serious student of her own actions. In the very early days of my involvement with Ruby, she was somewhat defensive, and she was still very much indoctrinated into a philosophy that was destructive. Fortunately, Ruby came to the stark realization of the errors in her thinking patterns and subsequent actions. To say that she was horrified by this realization would be to put it mildly. I have marveled at how quickly Ruby abandoned her defensive stance and moved toward her total acceptance of her actions and to her sentence today. So far, she has used her time in jail to unwrap the layers upon layers of deceit and deception foisted upon her over the last 4 years by an unscrupulous individual. Ruby realizes that she still has work to do in shedding those thinking errors and to reestablish a better and correct pattern of thinking and behavior. Ruby realizes that changing her thinking, reestablishing relationships, and healing are not simple or easy tasks. However, she is committed to doing that work. I would like the court to know that Ruby Franke is a delightful, respectful, and responsible person. She is open to feedback and addressing the consequences of her actions head on, and now ready to address your honor and accept your judgment. Thank you, Judge Walton.
Thank you. Ms. Franke has a statement she'd like to make.
She does.
Judge Walt.
You don't have to bend down.
Okay. Thank you. I would like to make a statement without any intent to change my stipulated sentence. For the past 4 years, I've chosen to follow counsel and guidance that has led me into a dark delusion. My distorted version of reality went largely unchecked as I would isolate from anyone who challenged me. I was led to believe that this world was an evil place, filled with cops who control, hospitals that injure, government agencies that brainwash, church leaders who lie and lust, husbands who refuse to protect, and children who need abused. My choice to believe and behave this paranoia culminated into criminal activity for which I stand before you today ready to take accountability. Jodi Hildebrandt was never my business partner, nor was I ever employed by her. I have never received wages from her or connections. Jodi was employed as my son's counselor in 2019, and in 2020 I paid her to be my mentor. It is important to me to demonstrate my remorse and regret without blame. I take full accountability for my choices, and it is my preference that I serve a prison sentence. Thank you to the officers in Santa Clara and the Iron City Police. Nick Hellman, Brian Palufo, Cy Pikuvit, Mike Pondoyo in Tobler, John Ward, Dee Lewis, and Chief Flowers. You were the angels who came and saved my children. I especially want to thank Detective Jay Bate. She plucked me out of a situation I didn't know how to get out of. And the moment she handcuffed me was the moment I gained my freedom. You were not the controlling ones. I was. Thank you to the medical staff at Intermountain Hospital. Your skill, tenderness, and professionalism helped heal my children. Jodi and I inflicted the injuries, not the hospital. Thank you to DCFS, the Children's Justice Center, Judge Basil, and other key adults. You've gathered my children under your wing and offered them love, compassion, encouragement. You were not the ones who were doing the brainwashing. Thank you to my Bishop Tom Hawks and my state president Jim Nelson for reminding me of the Lord's love for the lost. So much pain and suffering would have been avoided had I followed and heeded your counsel. I was the one who was deceived, not you. Thank you to the Washington County Prosecutor's Office, Ryan Sham, the legal assistants and discovery clerks. Eric Clark, you exemplified to me how justice and mercy are meant to coexist. My charges are just. They offer safety to my family, accountability to the public, and they did show mercy to me. Thank you to my attorney Lamar Windward and his staff. I would not be where I am today without them. Thank you to Randy Kester for your limitless energy in healing my family. My dear friends, Pam and Roy, I'm so sorry for letting you down. Because of your association with me, your innocence was called into question. My mother-in-law, father-in-law, Kevin's family, my cousins, aunts, uncles, nieces, nephews, and neighbors, you all saw the warning signs long before I did, and you did what you could. You wanted to help, but I pushed you away. My mother and father, I have been utterly wretched to you. You have offered me unconditional love, and for that I have offered you unconditional contempt. My siblings and their spouses, because of my decision to roll around in a pigsty, I have dragged your families through the mud in public. Yet, when I desired to return as a prodigal sister, unlike the prodigal's brother in the Bible, you synced step with my parents and ran out to greet me. Your capacity to love is unprecedented. Kevin, my husband of more than 23 years, you are the love of my life. I'm so sorry to leave to you to finish what we both started together. The ending of our marriage is a tragedy. And you are wrapped around my heart in a knot I'll never be able to undo. To my babies, my 6 little chicks, you were part of me. I was the mama duck who was consistently watering you to safety. I can see now, over the past 4 years, I was in a deep undercurrent that led us to danger. I remember launching into darkness knowingly. I was so disoriented that I believed dark was light and light was wrong. I would do anything in this world for you. My willingness to sacrifice all for you was masterfully manipulated into something very ugly. I took from you all that was soft and safe and good. I took from you your mother. How terrifying this must have been for you. I will stop crying. You're hurting your tender souls. precious to me. I'm sorry. My choice to live in fear of the world has created a great vulnerability and a blind spot for me, where I have broken hearts and I've caused people to suffer and I have betrayed sacred trust. Watching my community respond to my charges with justice and mercy and grace and love is all the more evidence to me of how wrong I've been. This world is full of really good people. And finally, I'm sorry for twisting God's word and distorting his doctrines. My greatest desire is to stand in his court someday spotless and confident. And Judge Walton, I know that standing before you today is a necessary step towards that end. Thank you to you and your staff for facilitating my opportunity to take accountability and to answer for my charges. I am humbled and willing to serve a prison sentence as long as it takes to continue unraveling all of the misinformation I have believed and bought, swallowed, and acted out, and for my family to heal and for the community to heal. And I understand this is going to take time. I'm committed to continuing my learning until all of my toxic layers are shed, and I am ready to re-enter as a contributing member of our beautiful society. Thank you, Judge Walton.
Thank you for your statement, Ms. Franke. Anything else, Mr. Windward?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else prior to the court imposing sentence?
No, Your Honor.
The sentence will be that Ms. Franke serve 4 counts, 4 1 to 15-year sentences based on her convictions for 4 counts of aggravated child abuse. Again, they will be served consecutively pursuant to the parties' agreement and the applicable statute. Under the applicable statute, the court finds that consecutive sentences are appropriate. Ms. Franke, the last thing I do need to tell you is that you have only 30 days to file or to perfect an appeal of any errors of the court by filing a written notice of appeal with the clerk of the court. If you don't do that within 30 days, you will lose your right to appeal. You also have the right to the assistance of an attorney on appeal and to have one appointed if you cannot afford to hire your own. Restitution, as agreed by the parties, will remain open for a period of 8 months. Any of the parties can bring that matter back before the court within that period of time. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. The next matter before the court is State of Utah versus Hildebrandt, case 231501763. Mr. Terry is here representing Ms. Hildebrandt. Mr. Shum and Mr. Clark are here representing the state.
Your Honor, we anticipated 10:30, and I'm not saying that we need to wait till then, but can I have a moment, please?
Approach.
Court is back in session. Great to see you.
Court recalls the matter of State of Utah versus Hildebrandt, case 231501763. Counsel are present. Ms. Hildebrandt is present. Counsel, there is a pre-sentence investigation report. I have read it. Everyone has seen and reviewed that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, the sentence was stipulated at the time of the plea agreement. What record do we need to make other than going forward with sentencing?
Your Honor, it would be repetitive. I had the same statement
just with the last few paragraphs where I was differentiating between Ms. Franke and Ms. Hildebrandt.
Okay, let's talk about housekeeping matters first. What about restitution?
And we've stipulated to keep that open for 8 months.
It is appropriate, Your Honor, since we don't have any evidence with respect to restitution, and that's because it is still in the process of being gathered by the county attorney's office. It's completely appropriate for the court to make no orders with respect to restitution other than to reserve all issues regarding restitution, and we have no issue with the eight-month time frame.
And the injunction that was previously issued by the court will remain in effect?
It will.
At least until that time?
It will remain in effect until further order of this court.
All right. Mr. Clark?
Thanks, Your Honor. The state of Utah respectfully requests that the court sentence Ms. Hildebrandt to consecutive prison terms for each of the 4 counts of aggravated child abuse to which she has pleaded guilty. The sentence was agreed to her in her plea agreement and is also recommended by adult probation and parole. Ms. Hildebrandt committed awful acts of child abuse. From May to August 2023, she and her business partner held 2 children, ages 9 and 11, turning 12, in a concentration camp-like setting in her house in Ivan City. The children were regularly denied food, water, beds to sleep in, and virtually all forms of entertainment. They were isolated from others and were hidden when people came to visit the house. They were forced to do physical tasks like carrying loaded boxes up and down stairs and doing wall sits or sitting against a wall without assistance of a chair or stool for hours at a time. They were forced to do manual labor outdoors in the extreme summer heat, often without shoes or socks. And they were also forced to stand outside on a cement patio in the summer heat for hours and even days. They were beaten, and the 12-year-old was regularly bound hand and foot after he attempted to run away in mid-July. Both children had extensive physical injuries from the abuse that required hospitalization to treat. The injuries from the binding are particularly bad. In addition to the physical abuse, the children were emotionally abused. They each believed to some degree that they deserved what was being done to them. Had the older of the 2 children not had the courage to run away and ask a neighbor to call the police, heaven only knows how much longer he could have survived. After being caught, Ms. Hildebrandt has shown little to no remorse for her actions. In telephone conversations that will be provided in full to the Board of Pardons and Parole, and which she knew to be recorded, she's repeatedly claimed that she is the victim and the children are the perpetrators. She has gone so far as to say that the things said in this proceeding and covered by the media today will be full of lies. The combination of 3 factors make Ms. Hildebrandt a significant threat to the community. First, the severity of the abuse she caused to be inflicted on young children. Second, her attitude that everything she did was justified and that she is being wrongfully imprisoned. And third, her training as a therapist and aptitude for using online resources to convince others to follow her guidance. Utah Code Section 76-3401 lays out 3 factors the court should consider in determining whether to impose concurrent or consecutive sentences. The first is the gravity and circumstances of the offense. The second is the number of victims. And the third is the history, character, and rehabilitative need of the defendant. As agreed to in the plea agreement and as recommended by adult probation and parole, consecutive sentences are appropriate here. This is due to the severity of the abuse to the 2 victims and the extreme need for Ms. Hildebrandt to be rehabilitated so that she no longer will present a risk to the community. The state respectfully requests that she be sentenced to 4 consecutive terms.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Mr. Terry?
Thank you, Your Honor. I will be brief. As is always the case in cases that come before courts, there are 2 sides to every case. And and even in a case like this, that remains the case. There are many allegations regarding these 2 individuals, Ms. Franke and my client, Ms. Hildebrandt. The only facts in this case that are adjudicated facts are those set forth in the plea agreement that she entered into freely and knowingly and voluntarily. Those facts, those adjudicated facts, are significant. They certainly provide a basis for the pleas and provide a basis for the stipulated sentence in this case. My experience with Ms. Hildebrandt is that she is not the person that she has been portrayed to be. But having said that, she has accepted responsibility in this case. She has entered into this plea agreement with a stipulated sentence of 4 consecutive sentences. She did that at the time she entered into the plea agreement knowing that that would be the court's order. She is before the court today knowing that that will be the court's order, and she fully accepts that. She accepts responsibility and she accepts the consequences for her conduct. And we will submit it to the court on the stipulated agreement.
Mr. Terry, you suggested that there are 2 sides to every case. I generally agree with you. Ms. Hildebrandt didn't make a statement to AP&P in the course of the pre-sentence investigation report.
Correct.
Why did she not make a statement?
She wanted to reserve her right to make a statement before the court today, and she has a brief statement that she wants to read, Your Honor.
Okay.
And
all right. Ms. Hildebrandt? Go ahead.
I sincerely love these children. I desire for them to heal physically and emotionally. One of the reasons I did not go to trial is that I did not want them to emotionally relive the experience which would have been detrimental to them. My hope and prayer is that they will heal and move forward to have beautiful lives. I am willing to submit to what the state feels would be an appropriate amount of time served to make retribution as an outcome.
And in answer to your question, Your Honor, I knew that whatever she might say to the author of the pre-sentence report would probably sound hollow and self-serving, and perhaps it does today. But I know that my client, in the statement that she makes to the court today, that statement is absolutely sincere.
Does Ms. Hildebrandt recognize that it's her behavior that caused the harm to the children that she's referred to in her statement?
Your Honor, she recognizes that she was, along with Ms. Franke, that she made decisions with respect to the discipline of those children that were wrong, that caused harm to those children. She fully recognizes that and accepts responsibility for that.
All right. Anything else?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Hildebrandt, this circumstance is tragic. It's largely, of course, of your making. By any measure, your conduct in this case was disastrous for these children. Adults are supposed to protect children. Adults with specialized training in particular are supposed to protect children. You didn't do that in this case. In this case, you terrorized children, and the results have been tragic. What happened to these children and your philosophy in dealing with them, frankly, seems detached from reality or any objective standard of decency or even common sense. And the court finds that it is appropriate that you serve a prison sentence. The court finds under the statute, Utah Code 76-3-401, that given the gravity and circumstances of the offenses, the number of victims, and the history and character and needs of the defendant, that consecutive sentences are appropriate. The court imposes 4 1 to 15-year sentences to be, again, served consecutively for each of the 4 counts of aggravated child abuse. The last thing I do need to tell you is that you only have 30 days to file or perfect an appeal of any error of the court by filing a written notice of appeal with the clerk of the court. If you don't do that, you will lose your right to appeal. That has to be filed in writing, and again within 30 days. You also have the right to the assistance of an attorney and to have an attorney appointed if you cannot afford to hire your own. Thank you. We're in recess.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks, Your Honor.
Well, I don't know about you folks, but I found that those two sentencings to be extraordinary. I have another guest that we're going to bring on the show, Natalie Whittingham-Burrell, with us, criminal defense lawyer. Natalie, let me go to you on this with that criminal defense lawyer experience. I mean, here is the tale of two different defendants with two completely different approaches with regard to how to go about sentencing. Jodi, we'll get into her, I guess, in more detail, effusively appraising, if you will, everyone who was involved in the case, including prosecutors, the police, the judge, all those people that brought her through the criminal justice system, asking for forgiveness in so many ways. We'll get into some of that detail, which I'd be honest with you, I've seen this a lot in my career. I've never quite seen a defense fall on the sword and give such a detailed, I think heartfelt, reaction to an insight into their crime and how it affected the community, affected their marriage, affected her family, affected her friends, and more importantly, affected her children. And that's important, I think you would agree, because when the parole board is going to be looking at paroling somebody, they want to see if you have insight into your conduct, that you're less likely to be re-involved in the criminal justice system. And let's juxtapose that with Hildebrandt, who did not give a statement to the probation department, the judge making a notation about that wasn't a pleasant response the judge was asking. He was making a point to say that in his mind, I'm giving you the in-between lines, that there is no remorse, there is no acceptance of responsibility. And then the statement that she gave was lackluster, if not, in my opinion, harmful. The lawyer had to basically answer some of the questions for the client, and the judge at the end goes after her by saying that she's detached from reality and emphasizing that as a professional, sorry for the long-winded statement / question, that as a professional, she should have known better. Now, here's my question to you. I am not sure how this system operates. It's different. I guess the parole board is going to make the decision here, and because it's consecutive sentencing, it could be anywhere from 4 to 60 years. But I'll tell you one thing right now, if the sentencing were something that the parole board is going to look at, which they will, and the judge's comments, which they will, and the allocution of the defendants, which they will, Jodi certainly assisted herself, and I'm sorry, Ruby certainly assisted herself, Ruby Franke, and Jodi Hildebrandt, in my opinion, harmed her. What are your thoughts?
So, first of all, hi, Bob. Hi, Lauren. Nice to see both of you. As a criminal defense attorney, I want to say that Ruby's allocution statement, her statement of mitigation, made me understand the plea agreement for the first time. This is strategy. So the strategy was to, like you said, throw herself on the sword, make herself seem as remorseful as possible, because she's thinking about the long run when she gets in front of the parole board. Utah is real different. So they don't have, like in my state, you have to serve a certain percentage before you're eligible for parole. The way the counts go is 1 to 15 years for each count. And so at that 1 year mark, she's going to have the ability to be before the parole board. She's been held since August. She has credit for that. And so she's already signaling to them her remorse. And obviously, Jodi Hildebrandt is more combative and less remorseful. That comes across very clearly. But I want to be very clear here. Do not be fooled. Ruby Franke's abuse of her children existed before she ever met Jodi Hildebrandt, and that was shown on her YouTube channel. She abused those children on YouTube, and people saw it and complained about it, and she eventually took her channel down. So it might be that things escalated and ramped up because these two malignant personalities got together, but it is not that Ruby Franke is some you know, some babe in the woods that was led astray by the evil Jodi Hildebrandt. The two of them were simpatico in how they mishandled and mistreated these children.
Yeah, agreed, and a very good point. But, you know, I tell you, this is, I think, what the problem is for judges, parole people, and prosecutors, for that matter. The statement on paper was excellent. The question is whether it was heartfelt. Now, I'm being told right now that there is actually a press conference by the prosecutor. Let's go to it.
Actively hiding things, and because the abuse was horrific, and it would have been apparent to anybody that would have seen the kids that something was wrong here.
Is this some of the worst child abuse you've seen in your career?
Yes, and not just in my career, but in our office's career, in our institutional memory, this is one of the worst child abuse cases that we've seen.
You consider this precedent setting?
Can you?
In terms of the actual sentences they end up serving?
No, because I think the board takes everything into account so specifically.
You think Jodi's going to end up serving more?
I hope so. I hope that Jodi does serve more. I think that would only be fair. I think that Ruby should serve. So the sentence that they got is basically 4 to 30 years today, right? The 4 1-year minimum stat, and then in Utah you're capped at 30 years. I think that a 4-year minimum for Ruby's actions are entirely appropriate. I hope that Jodi serves more time than that, and I hope that she isn't out of prison until everybody is completely confident that she's no longer a risk. And to get there, she's going to have to acknowledge that she has done wrong, and that you can't use religion as a means to justify your crazy behavior.
Do you think I'm just trying to understand, why would the mother, in your opinion, deserve less time when she's torturing her kids versus a stranger? Wouldn't you hold a parent more accountable?
And again, so they both got the same deal, right? Like we didn't give her a less of a minimum time. Part of the mission of what we do when we incarcerate people, I'll obviously want to see justice done. And a mother abusing her children in this way is awful. Awful. And people should go to prison for that. Something that is really important is that people shouldn't be released from prison unless they've hit the maximum amount of time they should be in, or they've done enough that justice is served, and it's clear that they're no longer a risk to the community. And I'm super concerned that Jodi, if she were released today, is a significant risk to gather followers. Ruby was essentially a follower of Jodi. And if she's gathering people and then convincing them to do this kind of thing, that's a huge risk. And those type of people shouldn't be walking the streets when they've committed these kind of crimes.
There was some back and forth with the restitution piece of this. Can you explain where you are with that?
So there were a couple of motions filed over the course of the last month about that, and we anticipate a restitution claim coming in that will cover ongoing therapy and physical care, like physical recovery if needed, of the victims of these crimes. The state hasn't submitted a claim for restitution yet, and we want to make sure that there's plenty of time for all of that to be kind of analyzed and brought in before we close out restitution. And that should be the same for both defendants, right? Like both of them will end up with restitution orders against them, I assume.
Thank you.
Yep, I have a written statement that kind of recapsulates some of what I said in there and just talks a little bit about this. You guys are welcome to have that. We'll email that out also.
Thank you.
And thanks, you guys.
Thank you.
Did you mention 30 years?
We have installed 30.
I want to go on the
It's 15 per count.
Yeah. Can I have one, please? Thank you.
But there's a statute that says if you're not convicted of a first degree felony,
I'm so sorry.
you can't do more than 30.
Court's on. Yes, go ahead.
Well, Lauren, you know, listen, this is what we were talking about before. There were it was a tale of two different sentencing hearings, if you will. One who took completely, Ruby Franke, the mother, complete responsibility. I have never heard people thanking a lot of activity going on out there, like she did, for being arrested, willing to accept her sentence, knowing she had to go to jail, thanking the police, thanking the prosecutors, apologizing to her parents at a certain point in time and said, you show me unadulterated love, and I've showed you nothing but, you know, unadulterated contempt, or words to those language, that Kevin, her husband, the love of her life, is going to have to finish what they started. Really, if she genuinely believes these things, and that's a question we have to ask, it was a gut-wrenching sentencing with a complete adoption, Lauren, of acceptance of responsibility. And just before we took that press conference, we saw the co-defendant, Jodi Hildebrandt, with a completely defiant tone, and I think that that is going to hurt her at the end. And sure enough, we find the prosecutor here says that he believes that the mom should get the minimum 4-year sentence, but that Jodi, who doesn't have insight into her conduct, should get more. Exactly what I was saying. What do you think?
I completely agree. You know, this is what we've been hearing. You've had Jessie on Law&Crime many times, and she's always stated that she believes that their aunt is the one that is, you know, responsible for this. We see the difference in their statements. I've never seen a statement like that before from someone at a sentencing. Not only is she apologizing, as you point out, she's thanking everyone one by one, almost like it's an award ceremony. I'd like to thank this person. I'd like to thank this person before I'm headed off to prison. Thank you, everyone. And then you see Jodi, and they state, even when she was being recorded behind bars, and she knew that she was being recorded, she still would not take responsibility. And that statement, that short statement that she made, she never took responsibility. Did you notice that? Her wording, she said that she loved the children. I mean, that was offensive to me, saying that she loved the children that she abused and that she hopes that they can heal, but never once did she say, and I am the reason they have to heal. That was missing. She could not say it. And to see the differences there, and then, as you point out, that press conference right now stating, and you know what? We do hope that Jodi gets the maximum. That was really interesting. I agree.
Going to have to cut you off here real quick, because that's why the judge said at the end that she was detached from reality. Let's listen to the defense, because they are now at the mic.
With many layers that happened over many years. It is not one that can be adequately told in one setting, let alone at a press conference. At Windward Law, we know the sorrow our client feels and the remorse she carries. We know of her commitment to heal and provide healing for her family. We give thanks to all who have provided support during this very difficult process. Thank you.
She addressed her. So the judge talked very differently to Defendant Hildebrandt versus your client. Do you have any comment on that?
I'll just leave it at what Judge Walton said. I think he was very accurate.
She addressed her husband and children in her statement, yet she never turned around to look at them, not even when she left. What do you know about their communication levels at this point?
I don't, because her husband and family have attorneys, it's difficult for communication to happen except through attorneys. That's an unfortunate consequence sometimes of our legal system in domestic cases.
But she didn't even turn around and look at him.
That's probably by design. We're addressing the court in that proceeding, even though we address family.
What do you expect for the future of her relationship with her children?
I'm hoping that that healing will happen, and that not just physically but emotionally and family-wise, that will be a source of positive in the future.
Has she had any family visitors in her time while she's been incarcerated?
Different family members have reached out through the local jail and have communicated with her, yes.
But not Kevin?
Not to my knowledge.
Are her children that are older and above 18?
Not to my knowledge. Thank you all.
What do you think a fair sentence for her is, ultimately, the time served?
I have to leave that to the Board of Pardons because that is their entire province, and mine would be a pure guess.
How does that complicate things based on today?
Pardon?
How does that complicate things based on today? I mean, you hear a sentencing, it's very similar to what was already described in court. How does the Board of Pardons and parole fit into this entire nuance here and kind of drag out the process a little bit?
They ultimately have the ultimate decision-making to determine what is the adequate sentence after periods of time have elapsed.
The prosecution said this is the worst child abuse case their office has ever seen. What's it like on the other side of that?
I don't think it's the worst. It's bad, but it's not the worst. Thank you all.
We'll have another statement from Jodi's attorney.
Yeah, maybe go right here.
Mr. Terry, you can start with saying your first name and last.
Douglas Terry, I represent Jodi Hildebrandt.
Doug, you said two sides to every story. It didn't seem like the judge agreed. What do you make of that back and forth in dialogue?
The seriousness of the case, the seriousness of the allegations, the seriousness of the facts that both Ms. Franke and Ms. Hildebrandt pled guilty to. I was not surprised at all by the judge's comments and questions of my client. I'm not prepared to go into specifics with respect to facts that are disputed in this case. I will stand by what I said on her behalf in the sentencing hearing, and that is that she entered into this plea agreement to take responsibility for her conduct in this case. Her statement that she hopes for both the physical and emotional healing of these children is absolutely sincere. How much time she serves will ultimately be up to the Board of Pardons, as with Miss Franke.
When she said that she left the children, Chad and Sherry had smirks and were looked shocked on their faces. Do you have a comment about that?
That doesn't surprise me, but again, she was sincere in that statement.
Do you think she should have had more to say? I mean, Ruby spoke for a very detailed length of time, and Jodi had a few sentences. Did you go over that with her? Was there an opportunity for her to say more?
She had the opportunity to say whatever she wanted to say. I did not put words in her mouth. I wanted her to make a statement from the heart. That's what she felt like she needed to convey today, that it's about the children, not about her, and that's what she did.
The prosecution said there's phone calls that are recorded in which Hildebrandt lacks remorse. What do you know about those phone calls, and is she?
I know that early on in the case, she had phone calls with individuals that were in support of her, did not believe that she did the things that she was accused of doing. I have not listened to those phone calls, as the county attorney's office has. But again, whatever was said was early in the case, and that is not her position today.
So she's changed how she feels about it?
As often is the case when individuals are charged, arrested, accused. Sometimes it's a process to come to the point where they take responsibility and accept the consequences.
A lot of people have spoken out about other victims in this case, the victims of Jodi and other different sorts. And I know this is about the children, but how much does that weigh into what you guys have discussed with Jodi?
As far as other victims, that has not been a factor.
Well, and prosecutors are saying that they're hoping that Jodi gets a lengthier, heavier sentence. They feel that she's kind of the ringleader in this whole situation.
That's the prosecution's position. It has been from the beginning. As I said when we entered into the plea agreement, she did not do that because Ms. Franke had agreed to testify against her. That decision was made before Ms. Franke ever agreed to testify against her to cooperate with the state.
Mr. Terry, you said that there were two sides to every case. What is the side of Jodi Hildebrandt that we're not seeing?
I'm not going to go into the specifics of allegations that she agrees with and doesn't agree with. I will stand by the statement that I made in the sentencing hearing, and that is that the factual basis that is set forth in the plea agreement, those are the only adjudicated facts in the case. She admitted to those facts. She takes responsibility for those facts. She's been sentenced on those facts.
This is a small, family-oriented community, and her home was essentially likened to a concentration camp. How did she square that? How did she walk around living in this community while there was a house of horrors?
I'm not prepared to respond to that. That's an allegation that I heard for the first time today. I mean, that's a characterization by the prosecutors, which again is no surprise. But that's from their perspective, and I'm not prepared to address that.
You don't feel that's an accurate description?
I do not.
You disagree with that?
I do.
Has Ms. Hildebrandt, has she expressed remorse to you about what happened?
Many times. Many times.
What is her remorse? What is she sorry about?
That she didn't make different decisions and that would have resulted in the children being more protected.
Is she delusional?
I'm not going to respond to that.
Has she had people come visit her family? I know Ruby has a larger family that has been a little bit more present at some of the hearings, but has she had some support in all of this?
I don't know that she's had visits, personal visits, but I know that she's been in contact with people who are supportive of her.
No family, though?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Is she going to sell her home? I know the restitution can play out for...
It's for sale, yes. Based on the fact that we anticipated a prison sentence, yes, it's for sale. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hi there. Okay, we've got another interview.
You guys want to know who Jodi Hildebrandt is? Here, I'll answer your questions. He's her attorney. He can't answer them.
Your first name and last name?
My name's Adam Paul Steed, and if you guys want to know who Jodi Hildebrandt is, I'll answer tons of questions about her. I know my dad. Hey, Dad, come here. Come here. My dad has a file at home that's probably about 2,500 pages of records from court filings and just huge amount of documentation about Jodi Hildebrandt that we will share with everybody. I want you to know the same court that has ordered us not to share these documents is covering up this racket that Jodi Hildebrandt had with the Mormon Church in the 4th District Utah County Court. She abused my children the same way, almost, even in a different type of abuse. I think it could be argued worse. And that was 15 years ago. And I fought against Jodi Hildebrandt with my family and everybody to stop this monster of a lady. And Jodi went after me. She went after me to destroy my life in the craziest way you could ever think of possible. Like, I was a victim of sexual abuse at Boy Scouts of America, Camp Little Lemhi in Idaho. And my dad helped us stop a predator. You can read it in the national press and everything. We changed the laws of sexual abuse so victims could come forward. We got rid of the criminal and civil statute limitations. The Mormon Church knew who we were. And Elder Helam, Richard G. Helam, was he was the president of the First Quorum of the 70, the top probably executive functioning leader of the whole Mormon Church. And he sat with Jodi Hildebrandt as they destroyed my life in this court racket, like they've destroyed countless other people's lives. And they even had the gall to order my Mormon Stories thing, where I brought some documentation off the internet, saying that they didn't want me to say bad things to my children or in front of the children about my ex-wife. Well, if you're accused of sexual abuse by Jodi Hildebrandt, and if your ex-wife performed a falsification of sexual abuse, that professionals looked at the documentation and said, this is sexual abuse. This is sexual abuse. We have documentation for sexual abuse of my children by Jodi Hildebrandt and my ex-wife. And, you know, this stuff was redacted in the Doppel paperwork. It was so horrible that it was redacted. And the courts just recently said I couldn't talk about my family or my ex-wife or anything, but if you have children, if your children were trained to think that your dad was sexual predator and a monster.
So I'm sorry, we came in a little bit late. Why is it that you wanted to be here?
Okay, so there are tons, and it's not Jodi Hildebrandt is the tip of the iceberg. the Mormon Church was doing this operation where they were using religious beliefs and they were using ethical therapists to enforce them, and it was an area of exploitation, and it was a horrific area. It was exploitation because it created horrible divorces that should have been normal divorces. We're talking about hundreds and thousands of families going through these courts, and Jodi was like an icon. Her doctrine. Okay, so here's the problem. Everybody.
So today it sounds like was a little bit of like justice for you too.
Oh, Jodi, yeah, Ruby Frank. When I saw Ruby Frank, I saw my ex-wife sitting there saying the exact same thing. That my ex-wife would have said the exact same thing Ruby Franke said today, and a lot of other women would have said the same thing. You have no idea how many victims are out there that their minds have been messed up so much with this. The prosecutor said that he said that the children thought it was their fault. All of the adult men think it's their fault. All of the women think it's their fault. I have had countless emails and messages.
Sorry, what was your name?
I'm Adam Paul Steed. I'm the guy that got Jodi's license from Doppel removed. Well, my dad and mom get the credit. But you know, and they said that the Doppel department said, we have evidence here for criminal charges against Jodi. This is 13 years ago. It's identical stuff. So I almost like fell over in the courtroom when I heard Jodi say that she loved those children. Jodi doesn't love children. Jodi's like Ted Bundy. In fact, one time I was in a
Do you feel that she should have a longer sentence than Ruby?
Jodi, here's the problem. Somebody hits a person and runs. That's like two variables, a car and someone running. They catch them. Jodi's got like 30 variables, including a huge issue with the Mormon Church racketing. I mean, they're all ducking low and covering. In fact, I looked at an email, and I can show this to you guys. This is factual evidence, where it should have been a neutral person in the courts. Kelly Peterson, the guardian ad litem, when they were punishing me in the family custody courts, he said that my act to turn Jodi Hildebrandt in was an act of vengeance, and they took my kids away from me. Because I performed an act of vengeance. That's in this court was sitting there completely in bed with Jodi. They've done. I talked to Doug Thayer's daughter. She saw relations. I mean, these aggressive attorneys working with Jodi, Commissioner Patton. All these people know about Jodi. The BYU Honor Code office before they kicked me out of school for being a whistleblower on child abuse, I guess. Jodi Hildebrandt went there and told them I was the most dangerous man she'd ever met in her lifetime. We have hundreds of pages of this stuff, of Jodi Hildebrandt working with top church leaders to dispel me. I got kicked out of school my senior year. This lady, we've got all this documentation of how she talks, how she walks. Now, here's what I do want to say. I don't like Ruby Franke, but I don't know her. I just think you have to be a selfish person to fall for Jodi's stuff. She's got a certain kind of carrot that gets certain kind of people. But Ruby Franke would have never done any of this stuff if Jodi Hildebrandt hadn't been the mastermind and just completely created this. Ruby Franke's not dangerous in the sense she's not going to go out and do this to more kids, but Jodi Hildebrandt will. When we went to Doppel, and we went to Doppel ordered her to go through all this ethical stuff. She went through the whole thing with shining colors, and she turned around and did the same stuff again. I mean, even when she was teaching us that we were safe to come to her and stuff, she was abusing children at the same time with one hand and teaching a godliness with another hand.
So what's her motivation?
Jodi Hildebrandt had a weird relationship with my ex-wife. It was a dual relationship. It was bordering sexual in nature. I mean, she went through different women that made her look powerful and important. My ex-wife's dad was an Area 70 in the Mormon Church, and Jodi Hildebrandt wanted power, but I know her instincts. When you're in a pain and suffering, when you talk about something and she finds a way to hurt you, it makes her blush. It makes her feel euphoric. I've seen her act that way and look that way in the worst of circumstances. So I always compare Jodi Hildebrandt to Ted Bundy, because nobody can figure out why a serial killer would kill people. Jodi Hildebrandt, she grows off of people's pain and destruction. And when she sat there and said she loved those kids, I almost fell out of my chair. The only thing her version of loving children is find a way to make them hurt more than anything possible. It's like an energy she feeds off of.
Here, I'll grab it. Thank you so much, Adam.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't. It's a little traumatic for me, so if I monologue, I'm sorry. Does anybody have a question?
Covered a lot.
We got a ton of documentation. That 4th District Court's got to be ducking their heads right now, because I do want to say something. There's countless children out there that have been raised to believe their fathers are predators because of Jodi Hildebrandt. And the 4th District Court and other courts involved don't want to show they made mistakes. So who's going to help those children? Like, who's going to help them? Like, this is a court of public opinion. People need to find out the truth to go help all these children and help all these people come forward. And the fact that the court tried to silence me for being on the front edge of coming forward is just an example of how the same notorious people in power back then that allowed Jodi to do all this stuff are alive and thriving today. And if you give a damn about our children, you got to do the same thing I do and fight for what's true.
Thank you so much, Adam. Thank you, Adam. That was Adam Steed. Excuse me, I'm sorry, I was getting it through my IFB, hearing myself. That was Adam Steed, who claims to have been a victim of Jodi Hildebrandt, in a sense, comparing her to Ted Bundy. So really, really emotional testimony that we're hearing outside of the courthouse now. Bob, I'll send it back to you right now.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, this is kind of amazing. What can you, I mean, look, you're there. Again, another thing I've never seen before. Do I understand the guy just walked into a middle of a press conference, completely unannounced, grabbed a microphone, and just started riffing on Hildebrandt here after the judge basically got done saying that Hildebrandt is detached from reality? And have you ever heard this before? And do you think that this may spark people looking into other cases?
Yeah, it probably looked a little wild on your end, and that's kind of what happens. These hearings were super quick, and afterward we were running after the Franke family and then spoke to both the prosecutors and defense attorneys too. But it probably looked a little bit like what it was, that he ran in front of the camera and grabbed our mic. I'm glad that he did, but he did speak with our executive producer, Kathy Russin, ahead of time, so we kind of knew his background a little bit. Now, as far as what we heard from prosecutors, they don't believe that there are going to be any more charges in relation to this case, but potentially there could be more investigations in similar cases. I mean, this man you just heard from, Adam Steed, said that there are many more allegations, years of abuse at the hands of Jodi Hildebrandt, and it kind of echoed what we've been hearing, especially from the side of Ruby Franke, that she said that Jodi was the ringleader in this, that she was almost brainwashed, and it sounds very similar. I can't confirm what Adam Steed really happened, but that's what he's saying happened to his wife and his family, and he also laid out a lot of abuse. So it sounds like this may not be the last we're hearing about Jodi Hildebrandt.
Yeah. See, you know, he seemed to have a lot of very specific data. I mean, I'm telling you, the prosecutor and me would have been saying, who is this guy? He's speaking about names. He's speaking about places that he was at. He's speaking at meetings where people were covering things up. He's speaking how Hildebrandt was used to falsely accuse fathers and other individuals of maybe even worse things. I just don't understand it. Maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong. Have you ever heard of this guy before? Or in your opinion, is this not something at least law enforcement should pull the thread on to see if there's any legitimacy to it? Because, you know, what I'm thinking, Sierra, when I'm listening to this is she did a lot of things that the mom, Ruby, is saying she was forced to do or manipulated to do. If this guy, Steele, is saying something that this has been going on for over 13 years, there could be a lot of wounded children and families that need to be recorrected if, in fact, it's accurate. How could this not be looked into?
So what we do know is that he has been very outspoken. I mean, you heard from him there, 13 to 15 years of this. He has been sounding the alarm, even called himself a self-proclaimed whistleblower in this case. But he's not the first person that we've heard about in this situation. I mean, we know from Jodi saying that she was a therapist. She worked with multiple different couples. And this is something we've reported here on Law&Crime Network. It was something we heard straight from Kevin Franke's attorney, Randy Kester. He talked to us about this a lot, that this is something that Jodi did. She she would place a lot of blame on the husband in the situation, and that is what they said led to the separation between Ruby and Kevin. So it sounds like this is a pattern. I don't have a million different names just to list off, but I do know, at least based on the information received from Randy Kester, that attorney, that Kevin Franke isn't the only person who may have suffered from this. It likely isn't even Adam Steed. There are multiple other people who underwent this so-called counseling at the hands of Jodi Hildebrandt, and so there could be, as you said, a lot more people who may have PTSD or trauma in relation to this.
Well, I got to tell you what, Sierra, we got people here at the Law&Crime Network. We got things coming in on the computer. We got you out there. We got producers working this case. We got stuff all over, and so I just got something that I want to read to you. At the continued encouragement of Ms. Hildebrandt, Ruby systematically pushed those around her away, first myself, and then our sister's parents and close friends, and then her husband, and finally her own children. Ruby has clearly been brainwashed. She has been taken advantage of by Ms. Hildebrandt. Now, in the absence of Ms. Hildebrandt, I see Ruby striving to restore those relationships. Ruby Francis's brother. Ruby Franke is my older sister by 1.5 years. Growing up, we did a lot together and had a lot of shared experiences. Throughout her life, Ruby has always been an achiever and becomes recognized by authority figures. Her school teachers regularly commend her as she consistently earned high grades. She was praised by her piano teacher as she excelled in her piano performance as well as competition. We worked at a call center together where she received numerous employee recognitions. Ruby always jumps in with both feet, whether swimming, practicing in the high school marching band, or as a school jazz band pianist. So that is definitely something that is of importance, and I'm going to ask you, what Sierra, does this make any sense to you, these statements, in terms of what it is it's trying from Ruby's brother that is trying to be, imparted here? I guess it's this easily influenced yet otherwise law-abiding, productive citizen.
It's essentially exactly what you said there, Bob, that she followed the law, that she was a good person until she was corrupted by Jodi Hildebrandt. And this is something that we saw in the sentencing. I know that it was played here on the network. The differences between what happened in Ruby's sentencing versus Jodi's. And it did sound from a lot of people that Ruby Franke had remorse. I mean, there were tears in her eyes. You heard the statement that she made. You even heard from her defense attorney for the first time just moments ago. We heard from him that she does have real remorse in this case. It's the biggest regret of her life. And comparatively, at least from the prosecutors, what we're hearing is that Jodi Hildebrandt does not have any remorse. We referenced specifically those jailhouse phone calls, did not have any remorse for it there. So I think it's really interesting just to compare at least Ruby Franke versus Jodi Hildebrandt in that way. And based on that letter that you just read from the brother, I do think that adds up.
Yeah, Sarah, it's the tale of two sentencings. It's going to be an amazing thing down the road to see what the parole board does when you juxtapose that Hildebrandt gives no statement to probation, judge makes a point of it. Gives an anemic, if you ask me, worst kind of statement you could give with regard to accepting responsibility. You've got the judge coming down on her, if you will. You've got a prosecutor at a press conference seeing her, the heavy, a person who should have known better. And so that is going to make a dramatic difference. But at the end of the day, Sierra, when I was looking at this, I was saying to myself, yeah, this could just be defendant, saying what they're going to say, try to get themselves out of it. Although it didn't seem that way to me, it seemed like somebody who is a people pleaser, a person who wants to just do the right thing and have people think she's doing the right thing, which makes for the most manipulable kind of people, which fits right into the narrative about what Hildebrandt did to her. Anyway, we have Ruby Franke's parents. Ruby Franke's parents. We are Ruby Franke's parents. We are currently serving a full-time mission in Serbia. Before Ruby became involved with Jodi Hildebrandt, she was a wonderful mother, daughter, sister, and member of the church. All she ever wanted from the time she was a little girl was a family to love and nurture. When she began having troubles with her teenage son, Chad, she sought out a family therapist, counselor for help. We noticed a shift in Ruby's thinking the summer of 2020, and by the fall, she cut all ties with us, her siblings, and close friends. For 3 years, what brief communications we had with her, she accused us of either things that never happened or were grossly exaggerated, the events that did. She was delusional. She was so deeply brainwashed, we could not recognize her. As her mother and father, we plead with you to show her much mercy as you possibly can. I mean, this is extraordinary. Lauren, what are your thoughts about all this? And add to it from a criminal defense attorney, I think that she has set herself up, Ruby, for a much quicker parole from prison, especially you could be assured Exhibit A is going to be the prosecutor's press conference that he gave after the sentencing. Thoughts?
You know, one thing that I find interesting is that everyone seems to be in agreement, even Adam Paul Steed there, that Jodi Hildebrandt is more responsible than Ruby Franke. That might not be the words that they're using. Those are my words, but it seems to be a sort of theme that I've seen. And we're also seeing it, I think, in real time, her remorse versus Ruby's alleged remorse. And, you know, it's going to be really interesting. And I think that what we saw there in court is going to absolutely play out when it comes to their sentencing, and I wouldn't be surprised if we now see a very big difference in how they are sentenced.
Okay, now Lauren, I'm told by our great producers here that you have had a previous opportunity to interview Adam Steed, and again, I know nothing about it. I saw a guy kind of come onto set, grab a microphone, very animated, very fact-oriented, and my first thing in my poisoned old mind as I get older, but I think maybe wiser, is that either this is a nut with an axe to grind for a reason, or this is a person who is so pent up with anger that no one has done anything for all these years, and finally now Hildebrandt is facing the music and he's coming back to say, you see, I've been telling you this all along and things need to be reopened. What are your thoughts? You've interviewed him.
Yeah, let me clarify who he is with a few facts about him. Adam Paul Steed is absolutely a former patient of Jodi Hildebrandt, and he is the reason that Jodi Hildebrandt's license was suspended years ago, not removed, because she got her license back, and then she was back in play as a licensed therapist. But there was a time in Jodi Hildebrandt's history, and you can go see that on Utah licensures for therapists, that her license was suspended. And it was Adam Paul Steed and his father who worked, because they were able to show that Jodi Hildebrandt used Adam and told his religious leaders about things that he said in confidence, told the BYU honor code, and thus he was, according to him, kicked out of BYU. And I have seen documents, and he is the reason that her therapy license was suspended for a time. So that is who Adam Paul Steed is. He did jump on there and didn't really explain exactly who he was, but he absolutely is somebody who states that his family was ruined by Jodi and that he was called an abuser. And he's also stated, Adam Paul Steed has stated, that Jodi separated him from his wife. And so if that's true, then we are seeing a pattern here. But he is why her license was suspended. So he is an important player in this case when it comes to Jodi Hildebrandt.
All right, Lauren, I definitely want to follow up with some points on that, but I want to ask Sierra, because I know she's got to go and she's been doing great work out there on the scene. Any final thoughts before we sign you off?
I think that this is a case we're going to have to continue to follow here, Bob. I mean, I know that we have both of their sentences ahead, but it's still one that we're going to want to follow. We don't know how long they're actually going to be behind bars. Again, that's up to that parole and probation board. So this is one that we definitely have to keep following, but we do have some really great details coming up from our executive producer, Kathy Russ, and she was actually inside the courtroom while I was out here talking to you. So a lot more even today to learn about this case.
All right, definitely looking forward to that. that. Sierra Gillespie, thank you so much from the Law and Crime Network. Always doing a great job. Thank you very much for being on the show. All right.
Thanks so much, Bob.
You got it. So, Lauren, let's pick up a little bit on these points. Now, I'm going to use my own experience as a government official. I know a lot of times that this guy, he has gone out there, this person that you've interviewed. So let me back up. We're talking about Adam Steed here. Is there anything in his background, and I'm looking at this as like a lawyer, that they would have to be concerned about with his credibility? False statements in the past, previous convictions, mental health history, drug and addiction. These are all the things, if we're evaluating a witness's testimony, we want to know ahead of time. Anything like that, as I, as a hypothetical prosecutor, am looking at the statements he just made today?
Correct. Great question. No. So he was abused as a Boy Scout, and he was a whistleblower, according to the media and a breaking story in Idaho. You can go back and you can see all of the articles back in the day that he was a whistleblower to abuse going on in Boy Scouts of America in Idaho, and he was an abuse victim, and that went to court, and you can see that. After that, he then became a patient of Jodi Hildebrandt to then save his marriage completely separate from that. So if that helps to give a background, he is not, that is his background.
Okay, so we have that as a background, and I assume the case that he filed for the sexual abuse at the hand of the Boy Scouts, I believe you said, and it went to court. There were no credibility negative things about him. In fact, he probably prevailed on his case. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say.
Okay, so we have a person who has a previous very, very difficult emotional and traumatic situation, winds up now with Hildebrandt, who's going to be a person who is going to be, counseling him in some way, shape, or form, who ultimately he is involved in getting her license suspended. She gets it back, but on what basis was he able to accomplish that? Because we have a credible witness who was a whistleblower who won a suit. So again, as a prosecutor, so I'm seeing it. Okay, he's a credible informant. Okay, that's how I'd see it. He went through a court system. There wasn't an attack on his credibility, no previous convictions. He was a valid witness, won the case. Now he's coming up and talking about this woman. What was it? What happened that led to her suspension?
Great question. So he went, when he started seeing Jodi Hildebrandt, he went from being a victim of abusers himself to then being the abuser, according to Jodi Hildebrandt, who started telling him, and according to Adam, his wife, that he was an abuser. But there is no, I've looked at documents, I have not seen anything to prove that is the case. I have seen nothing. Then Jodi Hildebrandt, so he was a student, Adam Paul Steed was a student at Brigham Young University. They have an honor code there because it is a religious private university. Jodi Hildebrandt then informed his religious leaders, and as well as the BYU Honor Code office, of things that Adam says are just simply not true. And I have seen documents, and I personally believe Adam when it comes to this. So then, because of that breach of confidence, they were able to suspend Jodi's license for a time, therapy license. And this is important too. Jodi Hildebrandt was part of LDS Family Services, a therapist for LDS Family Services. But after Adam Paul Steed got her license suspended, she no longer was part of LDS Family Services. So it was a big, major moment when it came to Jodi Hildebrandt's career, what Adam Paul Steed did, and that is who he is.
Yeah, and what I'm hearing too from all of that is that there's a lot of very powerful people that have some answering to do, it would seem to me, about everything that went on here. That would be interesting to me as a fair-minded prosecutor to look into. But we have the benefit of having our very own Kathy Russin, executive producer of the Law and Crime Network, with us. She's got an umbrella over her head, which leading me to the reasonable conclusion it may be at least drizzling out there. Kathy, what's going on? What do you got to tell us?
Yeah, of course, I get in Sierra's spot, and then the rain really picked up and the wind. So just my luck.
So what's the feel
so
out there,
Yeah, I'll just give you, so I was in the courtroom, and the interesting thing is right before it started, one of the bailiffs came over. Oh, I just heard Lauren, just so FYI. Anyway, we were in the courtroom and a bailiff came up to part of the media and said, hey, we're going to move some of you to the jury box. So I actually got moved to the jury box in seat number 1, and so I was in direct line of sight of both Jodi and Ruby. Ruby came in and she really, and I think everybody has seen the hearing now, so she looked kind of how she's looked at the other hearings. She did seem pretty remorseful. I know a lot of people don't really want to hear that, but she did seem a little remorseful. But when she said that Kevin was the love of her life, I looked over and Kevin was in the front row, her husband, and he was crying and he had his head down. It was pretty emotional. She said she would take as many years in prison as it takes to unwrap what's been done to her belief system and her brain, basically. And I thought the prosecutors themselves think that Jodi should be in longer than Ruby because they believe Ruby is remorseful. They do not believe Jodi is remorseful. And they have proof in jailhouse calls that she's still blaming the children and not herself. So they don't believe that she's remorseful. I will say Jodi came in and she was looking harsh. She had... didn't look like a good day for Jodi. Her hair was very stringy and she was shaking the whole time. She was gray, like not even just pale white. She did not look well to me at all. Ruby looked much better off than Jodi did. And she was shaking. When she stood up to give her statement, she was like this. She was shaking the whole time. And the interesting thing is her attorney said there are two sides in every case, and there's two sides to every story. And then the judge piped in and said, you said there are two sides, but your client refused to give a statement during the pre-sentencing investigation. She wouldn't give it, so we haven't heard her side. And he said, well, she is going to speak today. And he said she thought if she gave a statement back then during the pre-sentencing, it would just get construed as not being sincere, and so she wanted to say it in person today. Something like that. I'm ad-libbing, but he said something like that. So, then she gave her statement. She said she loved the children and she cares about the children. I don't really hear her saying my belief system was wrong, I got caught up. She didn't do any of that. And so I really don't know how remorseful Jodi Hildebrandt is. I think she probably still firmly believes whatever the craziness is that she believes. I think Ruby has realized what she got caught up in. And it doesn't excuse her, and she needs to spend a lot of time in prison for it. And I don't know if her children are ever going to forgive her, and I don't know if she'll ever have any life after this. But I do think Jodi Hildebrandt was the source and the direction of how far it went, and to the extent that it went.
Yeah, Kathy, I was saying this is the case of two sentencings and how you either prepare your client to the extent you can, and what a client can say to a judge that can make a dramatic difference. Now, I think it's going to make a difference with the parole board down the road. I was saying to myself, this could just be defendant talk, although it seemed genuine. And when she got to the husband, I mean, that line that she gave, that you're the love of my life and that you have to finish what we started, these were just such heartfelt comments. It said to me that this was a very easily manipulated person. And we got the prosecutor out there saying that he believes that Jodi Hildebrandt is more responsible. So would you agree with me from the whole look and feel of it? You were in there. You felt bad too, that this will bode well with the parole board for Ruby, but not for Jodi.
Yeah, now don't say that I felt bad, because I don't feel bad for Ruby Franke at all. I just feel that she is now at least remorseful, and I think at one time, and maybe in her own crazy way, she loves her children, and she definitely loved her kids at one time, and things got out of hand. I don't feel bad for her. She's exactly where she needs to be. She did horrible, awful things to children, to innocent children, but I think that this is going to bode well for Ruby. I think she has a different value system, belief system, whatever you want to call it, that she's going to have a lot of time to think about it in prison, and I think she will do well in front of the board. Jodi, I don't know what she's going to do if she doesn't get her act together, because it feels like she's not remorseful at all. And it was sad. I wasn't sad for Ruby when she was saying that to Kevin, but I was sad for him when I looked over and his head was down and he was crying. You have to remember, these guys met in college, and Ruby was 18 and he was 21, and they got married months later. And that was in the year 2000. So they had 23 years together and 6 kids, and were basically teenage sweethearts. And so I think it is very sad for him. And then obviously just horrific for the children.
Yeah.
And the two oldest kids were here. They were on the front row with their dad. They didn't really show any emotion at all.
It is sad to watch a family ripped apart, no matter how fair the sentence may be. Okay, Dina, Lauren, we got Kathy here. Let's bring you into this. Dina, you specialize in commenting on cases of a national significance, and you are a trial consultant. So give me your everything here. What do you think about everything that went on? How do you think that these two different defendants, who took two different approaches in how they presented themselves to the court, did, and your predictions as to who's going to serve the longer sentence?
It's so interesting because Kathy, I mean, she has seen all the trials. So her take on what they said inside is so valuable. And the fact that Jodi couldn't say that what she did was wrong, just that she loved the children, I think is so telling. It's interesting because you know that this moment in your life is going to determine how many years you're in prison. You would think the person would just lie, but we see so many times in sentencing, these narcissists who do these crimes are unwilling to kind of take that extra step and are still so defiant, because loving a child does not matter. We see abusers all the times, profess love to their wife or to their children and still do things. What she needed to do was, like what Kathy said, say that her belief system was wrong, that now she realizes that. The fact that she couldn't do it, she will definitely do a longer sentence than Ruby. Ruby's able to show at least that she was also abused. She was the abuser, but she was also abused in that relationship, which will help her. Maybe not a ton, but it will be helpful.
Yeah, Lauren, well, let's take a look at this as a person that deals with this as well. The bottom line is going to be down the road, and I've had this circumstance, no matter sometimes how much you tell a client that acceptance of responsibility is a significant factor in a judge's sentence and in a parole board determination, no matter how much you tell them. I have found in cases involving abuse with children, even though it's in their best interest to say, I have insight into my conduct, I know what I did was wrong, I will never do it again, they still can't help themselves when they're before the parole board and find themselves denied for parole. Is that what we are seeing here with Jodi Hildebrandt?
Is that a question for me?
Yes.
Yes, I think that's exactly what we're seeing. And again, she just needed one line. One line. She got up there. She said, I love these children. I was waiting with bated breath. I love these children. I hope that they heal. Where's that line that says, and what happened to them is my fault, or it is my belief system is really messed up, or I caused this, or I'm so sorry for what I did to them. That was completely absent. I saw no remorse. It was nothing she said mattered to me, because that line was not part of her statement. I wonder if we'll ever see it. I think that she did what she was absolutely capable of, and she could do no more.
Kathy, you're from that neck of the woods, and you're literally out there with an umbrella over your head dealing with the elements as you talked to us about this. Tell me, what does the community walk away? Every place is different. How do they walk away from this sentencing? Do they feel like justice has been done? Do they feel like, how do they respond to this sentencing?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. From arrest to sentencing in less than 6 months is kind of unheard of. And people I've talked to around here think that even the prosecutors maybe wanted this swept under the rug and didn't want this lasting for a long time, because what a horrible look it is for this little small town here. St. George is a beautiful, small, really close-knit community. Very nice, great people live here. And this horrific thing happened in their backyard. So also the community is very LDS, Mormon. So I think it is a hard thing to grasp that what you believe, what your faith is, and that somebody that portrays themselves to believe in the same things you did can now justify hurting children. I do know Utahns pretty well. I don't know every Utahn, contrary to popular belief. But I'm a Utahn, like to live in our happy little bubble sometimes. And we know that stuff happens. Of course, I know. that evil things happen and there are evil people, but it is kind of hard to grasp that these are your next door neighbors. So I don't know what like popular belief is and if justice is served. I think justice is served because this is the sentence they were going to get regardless. It didn't matter if they went to trial or not. The sentence was never going to be more than 30 years because you can't get more than 30 years, even on the 6 original counts. So this was the sentence. The board determines the length. That was always going to be the case. So to drag it out, to make children testify, to did all that, is that really justice? No, not in my book. So it ended the way it should have, but it was very quick.
You know, Kathy, that's exactly the reason why I was saying from the way the law is there, what would have happened if you went to trial versus taking a plea. It seemed to me it all comes down to the sentencing. That is going to be the most important thing, and not even with the judge so much, but with what the parole board does afterwards. That's why I felt that Hildebrandt's approach to this not only was anemic, I think it hurt her. But anyway, let's listen to some sound that we have from Ruby Franke that was speaking today, and I think that this will demonstrate the point of what I'm trying to say about who helped themselves and who didn't.
Thank you to the Washington County Prosecutor's Office, Ryan Sham, the legal assistants and discovery clerks. Eric Clark, you exemplified to me how justice and mercy are meant to coexist. My charges are just. They offer safety to my family, accountability to the public, and they did show mercy to me. Thank you to my attorney, Lamar Windward, and his staff. I would not be where I am today without them. Thank you to Randy Kester for your limitless energy in healing my family. My dear friends, Pam and Roy, I'm so sorry for letting you down. Because of your association with me, your innocence was called into question. My mother-in-law, father-in-law, Kevin's family, my cousins, aunts, uncles, nieces, nephews, and neighbors, you all saw the warning signs long before I did, and you did what you could. You wanted to help, but I pushed you away. My mother and father, I have been utterly wretched to you. You have offered me unconditional love, and for that I have offered you unconditional contempt. My siblings and their spouses, because of my decision to roll around in a pigsty, I have dragged your families through the mud in public. Yet, when I desired to return as a prodigal sister, unlike the prodigal's brother in the Bible, you synced step with my parents and ran out to greet me. Your capacity to love is unprecedented.
And that went on, like I said before, and it was compelling to listen to. It doesn't justify what she did, but this is a part where somebody gives an explanation of why they did it. And she accepted full responsibility. She talked about her own parents. She talked about her husband. She talked about her babies, that they're a part of her, and she should have been there for their safety and goodness and how precious they are, how she broke the hearts of a community. She thanked the judge. I mean, this is the nature of her, Dina, the way she went about it. Hildebrandt, on the other hand, was immediately questioned by a judge, and the parole board is going to look at this. The judge came right out of the gate with, why didn't your client give a statement to the probation department? Oh, well, she wanted to speak here. Okay, she gave an anemic, really weird, short, not very overly impressive statement, who essentially said she only took the plea because she didn't want to harm the kids testifying. That seemed pretty antiseptic, and the judge finally concluding that her statement to him and her point of view seems detached from reality. All this is going to be reviewed, Dina Dahl. Do you think it was a mistake not to have her better prepared, or maybe say nothing?
I think so. And like we talked about, possibly they did prepare her, but it's people sometimes act against their own interests when they're narcissists willing to do this kind of abuse to begin with. You obviously have a mentality, you aren't logical or reasonable. And the interesting thing is, although Ruby definitely hit all the points, even tying in her religion to it, we cannot forget that she's a YouTuber. She's a consummate communicator. If she couldn't come together with a statement that was going to communicate her remorse well, I would be disappointed. Hopefully it's authentic.
Okay, ladies, I want to ask you a quick question. I'll go round robin on this. Is this the end of this? Will the prosecutor pick up on what Mr. Steele, I believe his name was saying about a long-term environment here? That's question one. And was justice served? I have to start with the executive producer at the Law&Crime Network, Kathy Russell.
Justice was served. She couldn't have got any more time, neither one of them, than what they got. So that justice was served. They need to go away for a long time, and these kids need to heal. I don't think there's any more charges coming when it comes to the Franke family. Will there be charges with Hildebrandt? I don't know. I guess yet to be seen.
We shall see, to be determined. Lauren.
Yeah, I feel the same way, that justice has been served. They got the longest sentence possible. I will say this, though. I hope that Utah will take a long, hard look at their laws and maybe question if aggravated abuse of a child should only be a second-degree felony. And so I hope that what happens in this case might possibly change some laws and protect children in the state of Utah a little bit more.
Okay. And Dina, what are your thoughts on the two questions?
I would say justice is served, especially with the short, the difference between charging and sentencing, because dragging it out for children as young as they are, I'm glad that this got wrapped up quickly for them.
Yeah, well, ladies, listen, I really want to thank you for everything that you provided, some tremendous insights to this very, very fascinating case. So I'm going to let you go at least for now, but don't go anywhere, because we are going to be picking up coverage here at the Law&Crime Network with Brian Buckmeyer, who'll be taking this case from here. So I want to thank you for watching, and I'll be seeing you next Tuesday. I hope you have a great rest of the week. Be well.
and welcome to the Law and Crime Network. I'm Brian Buckmeyer. Thank you for being with us as we continue our live coverage of the sentencing of former YouTube family vlogger Ruby Franke and her former business partner Jodi Hildebrandt. Now, both Franke and Hildebrandt have been sentenced to 4 consecutive prison terms. That means back to back to back to back, which could range from 1 to 15 years each, following their guilty pleas to 4 counts of second-degree felony aggravated child abuse. Now, it's important. We'll talk about that level of felony later. But both women were arrested in December after Franke's 12-year-old son escaped from Hildebrandt's home with duct tape on his wrists and ankles, appearing to be malnourished, according to a concerned neighbor who called 911. Responding officers said they found Franke's 10-year-old daughter also appearing malnourished inside Hildebrandt's home. Now, Ruby Franke claims to fame stem from her now-defunct YouTube channel, 8 Passengers, which showcased her parenting advice along with her husband, Kevin, and their 6 children. The channel was removed from YouTube in 2022. In Franke's plea agreement, she admitted to torturing her son via forcing him to do physical labor, working outdoors in the smoldering heat of Utah, and denying him food and water. Now, our very own Law and Crime reporter, Sierra Gillespie, has been reporting live from outside the courthouse. Sierra, thanks for being with us.
Brian, as always, I'm happy to be on with you.
Yeah. All right, so Sierra, let's break down the sentencing for our viewers. What are the specifics?
Okay, this is where we have to do some math, my least favorite thing, but in this case we needed to break everything down. So we have 4 counts of aggravated child abuse per defendant. You just said it there, it's 1 to 15 years per count. So if it's a max of 15 years per count, that's a total of 60 years. The issue here is that in the state of Utah, that's a second-degree felony, and the max each woman could face is 30 years. So forget that 60, we're back to 30. But this is something we don't expect to see for either Ruby Franke or Jodi Hildebrandt, because we have to keep in mind their criminal background. They don't have any arrests before this. They were law-abiding citizens as far as things are concerned ahead of this. So it's not going to be that 30-year mark. It's likely going to be something closer to 10 years. The minimum, though, is going to be 4 years for both of them. And again, these are things we didn't learn today. The judge didn't say, hey, it's going to be XYZ amount of years. These are things that will later be determined by the parole board.
Yeah, so you gave us the max sentence there and a little bit of math. Hey, better you do the math than me. But you kind of got into a bit of the process. So today was one thing. The judge just goes up there 1 to 15, 4 times, consec. But what happens with the process of how they determine how long these 2 women will spend behind bars after today?
Okay, yes, this is something we want to keep our eyes on. It's going to be up to the Utah Board of Parole and Probation. They're going to be the ones who determined individually for both Ruby Franke and Jodi Hildebrandt how long they spend behind bars. And there's going to be multiple things that they're taking a look at. I mean, one thing for sure is their behavior in prison. You know, are they model inmates? Are they following the rules? Are they doing things right? Or are they causing pushback? I mean, that is something that the board will definitely look at. The other thing we could expect the board to take a closer look at is information from the victims, Ruby Franke's own children. They could go to the board and say, hey, you know what, we've seen a lot of progress from our mom. We're hoping that she's released sooner. Or they could say on the other side of the coin, you know what, this is very traumatic. We're still suffering through this. We want to execute the largest sentence possible here. So there are a lot of factors that this board will eventually consider, but right now there's no timetable as to when that will be.
So it's interesting. You kind of gave us a behind-the-scenes look at the law and how it's going to apply when it comes to a sentencing down the road, but you're there on the grounds. Sierra, what was it like in the courtroom? What's it like around the courtroom as people now grasp the concept of these 2 women serving jail time?
As I'm talking to you now, it's about an hour, maybe an hour and a half since these really short back-to-back sentencing. And around me, there are multiple reporters here doing live shots. I can see almost 10 different cameras around here. It's getting a lot of media coverage because this is a case a lot of people want to know more about. I will say, though, there is still a lot of shock in the area. I mean, St. George is a small community, a large group of believers in the Church of Jesus Christ and the Latter-day Saint. I mean, a lot of things are focused around around family beliefs and prioritizing that. And so, again, this is still a shock. As far as the courtroom, we were talking to our executive producer, Kathy Russin, who is actually inside the courtroom. She said there were a lot of emotions there. I mean, from Ruby Franke's children who were there, her estranged husband, Kevin, and even Ruby herself. Jodi is the one who things were a little bit different about. A lot of people are saying she didn't necessarily have the amount of remorse one would expect for these very severe charges. But I will say it's still a shock in the community what we have here today.
So, Sierra, you've followed so many of these cases, and you're talking about the difference between how Ruby Franke was kind of perceived and maybe being a little bit more remorseful than that of Jodi Hildebrandt. And of course, you understand the Utah sentencing. So does that play into it at all, how remorseful these defendants were or were not at this point in time?
I think it could play into it, Brian. I mean, this is something we really have to consider. A lot of people today, even the prosecutor after the sentencing, said, you know what, I really do think that there was some remorse on the case of Ruby Franke. She was led astray, kind of pointing the finger at Jodi Hildebrandt herself, as she was the ringleader in this so-called, I don't know, situation, whatever you want to call it, with the child abuse. So what we do know is that it seems as though Ruby Franke actually does have remorse here, and Jodi Hildebrandt doesn't. In the sentencing that we've played several times, really some key information that we got out of that is that Jodi doesn't seem to have any remorse. Prosecutors were saying in recent jailhouse phone calls, she isn't regretting any of this. A lot of people we spoke to say that Jodi did not care about the kids at all based on the abuse at hand. So I think all of these things really will be considered moving forward. But again, the total amount of time that they're going to be spending behind bars, we won't know that for quite some time.
Interesting. Well, Sierra, unfortunately, we've got to take a short break. Don't leave us. We'll all be back. We have more coverage of the sentencing for Ruby Franke and Jodi Hildebrandt when we return. back to Law and Crime. Ruby Franke and her business partner, Jodi Hildebrandt, have been sentenced to 4 consecutive prison terms, which could range from anywhere from 1 to 15 years each, following their guilty plea to 4 counts of second-degree felony aggravated child abuse. Now, in case you missed the sentencing earlier, we're going to throw you a bit of a recap so you can see what actually happened. We're going to start with Ruby Franke.
We're here for sentencing in the matter of State of Utah versus Ruby Franke. Ms. Franke is here with Mr. Windward. Mr. Clark and Mr. Sham are here for the State of Utah, and we are ready to proceed with sentencing.
We are.
Yes, Your Honor. Counsel, the terms of the sentence were agreed to as part of the plea agreement, correct?
That is correct.
There is a pre-sentence investigation report in the matter. I have reviewed that. Everyone has seen it.
Yes.
What about restitution, counsel, before we move on with other matters?
We'd like to leave that open at this time, Your Honor. I can get into that. I might be more comfortable if we approach to get into that.
Is there an agreement that restitution, that we reserve that, and for what period of time?
8 months is what we're anticipating. But I haven't talked to the defendant's counsel about that.
We haven't discussed that, Your Honor.
Is there any objection?
No.
All right. What's the state's position regarding sentencing?
Your Honor, the state, I'll stand up. The state respectfully requests that the court sentence Ms. Franke to consecutive prison terms for each of the 4 counts of aggravated child abuse. This sentence was agreed to by Ms. Franke in her plea agreement and is also recommended by adult probation and parole. She committed horrible acts of child abuse. From May to August in 2023, Ms. Franke and her business partner held her 2 children, ages 9 and 11, turning 12, in a concentration camp-like setting. The children were regularly denied food, water, beds to sleep in, and virtually all forms of entertainment. They were isolated from others and were hidden when people came to visit the house where the children and the defendants were staying. The children were forced to do physical tasks like carrying loaded boxes up and down stairs and wall sits or sitting against a wall without a chair or a stool for hours at a time. They were also forced to do manual labor outdoors in the extreme summer heat, at times without shoes or socks. They were forced to stand outside on a cement patio in the summer heat for hours and even days at a time. They were beaten, and the 12-year-old was regularly bound hand and foot after he attempted to run away in mid-July. Both children had extensive physical injuries from the abuse that required hospitalization when they were found. The injuries from the binding to the 12-year-old are particularly awful. In addition to physical abuse, the children were emotionally abused to the extent that each believed, to some degree, that they deserved what was being done to them. Had the older of the children not had the courage to run away and ask a neighbor to call the police, heaven only knows how much longer he could have survived in that situation. After being caught, Ms. Franke has shown considerable remorse, as evidenced by agreeing to serve consecutive prison terms and being willing to cooperate with the state against Ms. Hildebrandt. However, given the severity of the abuse she inflicted, consecutive terms are appropriate in this case. As the court's aware, Section 76-3401 lays out factors the court takes into account in determining whether consecutive or concurrent sentences should be imposed. Those factors are the gravity and circumstances of the offense, the number of victims, and the history, character, and rehabilitative needs of the defendant. As agreed to in the plea agreement and as recommended by adult probation and parole, consecutive sentences are appropriate. This is due to the severity of the abuse to both victims. It could be argued that Ms. Franke should receive a lesser sentence than Ms. Hildebrandt because of her remorse and willingness to cooperate with the state. However, the Board of Pardons and Parole will have broad latitude and will be able to take those facts into account when it determines how long each of the co-defendants will remain incarcerated. In conclusion, we respectfully request that the court
go along with what was agreed to in the plea agreement and is recommended by probation and parole and impose consecutive sentences.
Thank you. Anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Windward?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. In my few comments this morning, and in the comments my client wishes to make in a few minutes, we are not suggesting nor are we asking that the court deviate from the stipulated sentence contained in the written plea agreement. I want the court to know that through introspection and reflection, Ruby Franke has become a serious student of her own actions. In the very early days of my involvement with Ruby, she was somewhat defensive, and she was still very much indoctrinated into a philosophy that was destructive. Fortunately, Ruby came to the stark realization of the errors in her thinking patterns and subsequent actions. To say that she was horrified by this realization would be to put it mildly. I have marveled at how quickly Ruby abandoned her defensive stance and moved toward her total acceptance of her actions and to her sentence today. So far, she has used her time in jail to unwrap the layers upon layers of deceit and deception foisted upon her over the last 4 years by an unscrupulous individual. Ruby realizes that she still has work to do in shedding those thinking errors and to reestablish a better and correct pattern of thinking and behavior. Ruby realizes that changing her thinking, reestablishing relationships, and healing are not simple or easy tasks. However, she is committed to doing that work. I would like the court to know that Ruby Franke is a delightful, respectful, and responsible person. She is open to feedback and addressing the consequences of her actions head on, and now ready to address your honor and accept your judgment. Thank you, Judge Walton.
Thank you. Ms. Franke has a statement she'd like to make.
She does.
Judge Walt.
You don't have to bend down.
Okay. Thank you. I would like to make a statement without any intent to change my stipulated sentence. For the past 4 years, I've chosen to follow counsel and guidance that has led me into a dark delusion. My distorted version of reality went largely unchecked as I would isolate from anyone who challenged me. I was led to believe that this world was an evil place, filled with cops who control, hospitals that injure, government agencies that brainwash, church leaders who lie and lust, husbands who refuse to protect, and children who need abused. My choice to believe and behave this paranoia culminated into criminal activity for which I stand before you today ready to take accountability. Jodi Hildebrandt was never my business partner, nor was I ever employed by her. I have never received wages from her or connections. Jodi was employed as my son's counselor in 2019, and in 2020 I paid her to be my mentor. It is important to me to demonstrate my remorse and regret without blame. I take full accountability for my choices, and it is my preference that I serve a prison sentence. Thank you to the officers in Santa Clara and the Ivan City Police, Nick Hellman, Brian Palufo, Cy Pickuvit, Mike Pondoyo in Tobler, John Ward, D. Lewis, and Chief Flowers. You were the angels who came and saved my children. I especially want to thank Detective Jay Bate. She plucked me out of a situation I didn't know how to get out of. And the moment she handcuffed me was the moment I gained my freedom. You were not the controlling ones. I was. Thank you to the medical staff at Intermountain Hospital. Your skill, tenderness, and professionalism helped heal my children. Jodi and I inflicted the injuries, not the hospital. Thank you to DCFS, the Children's Justice Center, Judge Basil, and other key adults. You've gathered my children under your wing and offered them love, compassion, encouragement. You were not the ones who were doing the brainwashing. Thank you to my Bishop Tom Hawks and my state president Jim Nilsson for reminding me of the Lord's love for the lost. So much pain and suffering would have been avoided had I followed and heeded your counsel. I was the one who was deceived, not you. Thank you to the Washington County Prosecutor's Office, Ryan Sham, the legal assistants and discovery clerks. Eric Clark, you exemplified to me how justice and mercy are meant to coexist. My charges are just. They offer safety to my family, accountability to the public, and they did show mercy to me. Thank you to my attorney Lamar Windward and his staff. I would not be where I am today without them. Thank you to Randy Kester for your limitless energy in healing my family. My dear friends, Pam and Roy, I'm so sorry for letting you down. Because of your association with me, your innocence was called into question. My mother-in-law, father-in-law, Kevin's family, my cousins, aunts, uncles, nieces, nephews, and neighbors, you all saw the warning signs long before I did, and you did what you could. You wanted to help, but I pushed you away. My mother and father, I have been utterly wretched to you. You have offered me unconditional love, and for that I have offered you unconditional contempt. My siblings and their spouses, because of my decision to roll around in a pigsty, I have dragged your families through the mud in public. Yet, when I desired to return as a prodigal sister, unlike the prodigal's brother in the Bible, you seemed stuck with my parents and ran out to greet me. Your capacity to love is unprecedented. Kevin, my husband of more than 23 years, you are the love of my life. I'm so sorry to leave to you to finish what we both started together. The ending of our marriage is a tragedy. It really wrapped around my heart, and a knot I'll never be able to undo. To my babies, my 6 little chicks, you were part of me. I was the mama duck who was consistently watering you to safety. I can see now, over the past 4 years, I was in a deep undercurrent that led us to danger. I remember plunged into darkness knowingly. I was so disoriented that I believed dark was light and light was wrong. I would do anything in this world for you. My willingness to sacrifice all for you was masterfully manipulated into something very ugly. I took from you all that was soft and safe and good. I took from you your mother. How terrifying this must have been for you. I won't stop crying. You're hurting your tender souls. You're so precious to me. I'm sorry. My choice to live in fear of the world has created a great vulnerability and a blind spot for me, where I have broken hearts and I've caused people to suffer and I have betrayed sacred trust. Watching my community respond to my charges with justice and mercy and grace and love is all the more evidence to me how wrong I've been. This world is full of really good people. And finally, I'm sorry for twisting God's word and distorting his doctrines. My greatest desire is to stand in his court someday spotless and confident. And Judge Walton, I know that standing before you today is a necessary step towards that end. Thank you to you and your staff for facilitating my opportunity to take accountability and to answer for my charges. I am humbled and willing to serve a prison sentence as long as it takes to continue unraveling all of the misinformation I have believed and bought, swallowed, and acted out, and for my family to heal and for the community to heal. And I understand this is going to take time. I'm committed to continuing my learning until all of my toxic layers are shed, and I am ready to re-enter as a contributing member of our beautiful society. Thank you, Judge Walton.
Thank you for your statement, Ms. Franke. Anything else, Mr. Windward?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else prior to the court imposing sentence?
No, Your Honor.
The sentence will be that Ms. Franke serve 4 counts, 4 1 to 15-year sentences based on her convictions for 4 counts of aggravated child abuse. Again, they will be served consecutively pursuant to the parties' agreement and the applicable statute. Under the applicable statute, the court finds that consecutive sentences are appropriate. Ms. Franke, the last thing I do need to tell you is that you have only 30 days to file or to perfect an appeal of any errors of the court by filing a written notice of appeal with the clerk of the court. If you don't do that within 30 days, you will lose your right to appeal. You also have the right to the assistance of an attorney on appeal and to have one appointed if you cannot afford to hire your own. Restitution, as agreed by the parties, will remain open for a period of 8 months. Any of the parties can bring that matter back before the court within that period of time. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so that was Ruby Franke's sentencing along with her victim impact statement and some brief words from not only her attorney, but also the judge. Before we move on to Jodi Hildebrandt's victim impact statement, I want to bring in some of our guests. We've got trial attorney Sky Lazaro, trial attorney Ron Zambrano, and of course, our very own Sierra Gillespie. Sky, let's start with you. Just general sentiments from what you saw, both the defense attorney, but also Ruby Franke in that victim impact statement.
I think everything went, pretty much as I would expected it to go as far as the sentencing, considering that these were agreed upon sentences. I was somewhat impressed with her victim impact statement and the amount of remorse that she did show. Despite a little blame shifting, I think she did a pretty good job of portraying that she certainly has some remorse on this.
Yeah, I mean, I want to piggyback off of that, Ron. I think Sky hit the nail on the head there. A little bit of blame shifting, but also a little bit of remorse. Ultimately, we always ask this question when it comes to sentencing. Do you think, and obviously not for the judge, in Utah it's going to be for the parole board, do you think this moves the needle for Ruby Franke in any way, shape, or form to doing a little bit less time based on what she said there in the victim impact statement?
I definitely think so, because she actually went, I know I'm saying all this and it sounds like I'm blame shifting, but I'm not blame shifting. And I thought it was very sincere and quite very aware of what she's going through. So I think it's absolutely going to move the needle later, as long as she acts, going forward for at least this 1, 2, 3, 4 years before the probation board reconsiders what's going to happen to her.
Yeah, and from my understanding, Utah, like many other states, there are various programs that incarcerated people can participate in, and I think the success or failure of those programs will definitely feed into what she said there. Sierra, I know you're going to be leaving us very soon. I'm heartbroken. I was asking if I can leave too as well. They said I've got to stay here for another couple of hours, but after Ruby Franke's victim impact statement, what was kind of the emotional tenor of the courthouse? Were people believing it? Were people kind of skeptical? What was it?
I think a lot of people were believing it. I mean, she did seem like she has legitimate remorse. She had tears. They didn't look like they were fake. A lot of the things that she was saying really made people think. I mean, she focused on, it doesn't matter how much time I have to spend in prison. I just want to be better for my kids. Another thing I don't know that we've mentioned quite yet is that after the hearing, we saw, I grabbed the camera and the mic and we ran after the Franke family. They were very stone-faced, though. I know that in the courtroom there was some crying on the part of Kevin Franke, but the family in general didn't really want to speak. It must have been a very, very emotional day for them, and I think that's how it was for everyone in the courtroom and us outside covering it.
Yeah, and I want to stay with you just for one more minute, Sierra. You talk about the Franke family, both Kevin and others. Was there anyone there for Jodi Hildebrandt? And if so, how did they react?
It's interesting that you asked about Jodi Hildebrandt. There was someone who sat on Jodi Hildebrandt's side. We actually had him on Law&Crime in the past hour. It wasn't a supporter for Jodi Hildebrandt. Instead, it was someone who says that he had actually experienced abuse similar to this, his children, himself, in the past. So that was kind of interesting. He came on and talked to us a little bit about what he said was abuse and something that he believes Jodi Hildebrandt has created these issues in families, not just his and the Franke, but could be many others too.
Yeah, that's an interesting dilemma because we know that Ruby Franke painted herself as both victim and defendant here. Just real quick, Scott, we understand the sentencing scheme. It's a minimum of 1 year each to run consecutive. When you do the math, it sounds like 60 years, but Utah has this limit on 30 years. If you were to kind of have a magic ball or looking mirror, what do you think the sentence will actually be when you look at what Ruby Franke did and how remorseful she is or not remorseful, depending on how you interpret it?
I think it's going to be largely dependent on how much programming she does when she gets to the prison. I would expect she's going to do somewhere between 4 and 7. The composition of our board has changed recently, so it makes it a little bit harder to speculate.
Yeah. All right, Ron, you get the easy job because you get to go after Scott. I'm going to ask you the same question. Feel free to jeopardy her and just do like 5 and 8. But again, what do you think in terms of range for a defendant like this?
I think it's going to be, I'm going to agree with my colleague only because, again, to your initial question to me, I think she sounds very remorseful, and I think she's showing emotional intelligence of what she went through, and she's going, listen, I shouldn't have made these decisions, and I should be punished, and I agree with the punishment, and I think that's going to go to minimize things, maybe only to 4 years, but I don't think it'll be close to 10.
All right. Well, we're going to take a quick break, but before we do, we're going to dive into some of the notes that family members wrote after the break, but we're also going to say goodbye to Sierra, but we got our trial attorneys with us. Don't worry. We're going to take a quick break with more coverage of the Ruby Franke and Jodi Hildebrandt case. back to Law and Crime. Ruby Franke and her business partner, Jodi Hildebrandt, have been sentenced to 4 consecutive prison terms, which could range from 1 to 15 years each, following their guilty pleas to 4 counts of second-degree felony aggravated child abuse. Now, we caught you up to speed on Ruby Franke's sentencing, so now let's take you back to the sentencing for her business partner, or as she described her, a paid mentor, Jodi Hildebrandt.
The next matter before the court is State of Utah versus Hildebrandt, case 231501763. Mr. Terry is here representing Ms. Hildebrandt. Mr. Shum and Mr. Clark are here representing the state.
Your Honor, we anticipated 10:30. And I'm not saying that we need to wait till then, but can I have a moment, please?
Approach, please.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Court recalls the matter of State of Utah versus Hildebrandt, case 231501763. Counsel are present. Ms. Hildebrandt is present. Counsel, there is a pre-sentence investigation report. I have read it. Everyone has seen and reviewed that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Again, the sentence was stipulated at the time of the plea agreement. What record do we need to make other than going forward with sentencing?
Your Honor, it would be repetitive. I had the same statement, just with the last few paragraphs where I was differentiating between Ms. Franke and Ms. Hildebrandt.
Okay, let's talk about housekeeping matters first. What about restitution?
We've stipulated to keep that open for 8 months.
It is appropriate, Your Honor, since we don't have any evidence with respect to restitution, and that's because it is still in the process of being gathered by the county attorney's office. It's completely appropriate for the court to make no orders with respect to restitution other than to reserve all issues regarding restitution, and we have no issue with the eight-month time frame.
And the injunction that was previously issued by the court will remain in effect?
It will.
At least until that time?
It will remain in effect until further order of this court.
All right. Mr. Clark?
Thanks, Your Honor. The State of Utah respectfully requests that the court sentence Ms. Hildebrandt to consecutive prison terms for each of the 4 counts of aggravated child abuse to which she has pleaded guilty. The sentence was agreed to her in her plea agreement and is also recommended by adult probation and parole. Ms. Hildebrandt committed awful acts of child abuse. From May to August 2023, she and her business partner held 2 children, ages 9 and 11, turning 12, in a concentration camp-like setting in her house in Ivan City. The children were regularly denied food, water, beds to sleep in, and virtually all forms of entertainment. They were isolated from others and were hidden when people came to visit the house. They were forced to do physical tasks like carrying loaded boxes up and down stairs and doing wall sits or sitting against a wall without assistance of a chair or stool for hours at a time. They were forced to do manual labor outdoors in the extreme summer heat, often without shoes or socks. And they were also forced to stand outside on a cement patio in the summer heat for hours and even days. They were beaten, and the 12-year-old was regularly bound hand and foot after he attempted to run away in mid-July. Both children had extensive physical injuries from the abuse that required hospitalization to treat. The injuries from the binding are particularly bad. In addition to the physical abuse, the children were emotionally abused. They each believed to some degree that they deserved what was being done to them. Had the older of the 2 children not had the courage to run away and ask a neighbor to call the police, heaven only knows how much longer he could have survived. After being caught, Ms. Hildebrandt has shown little to no remorse for her actions. In telephone conversations that will be provided in full to the Board of Pardons and Parole, and which she knew to be recorded, she's repeatedly claimed that she is the victim and the children are the perpetrators. She has gone so far as to say that the things said in this proceeding and covered by the media today will be full of lies.
The combination of three factors make Ms. Hildebrandt a significant threat to the community. First, the severity of the abuse she caused to be inflicted on young children. Second, her attitude that everything she did was justified and that she is being wrongfully imprisoned. And third, her training as a therapist and aptitude for using online resources to convince others to follow her guidance. Utah Code Section 76-3401 lays out three factors the court should consider in determining whether to impose concurrent or consecutive sentences. The first is the gravity and circumstances of the offense. The second is the number of victims. And the third is the history, character, and rehabilitative need of the defendant. As agreed to in the plea agreement and as recommended by Adult Probation and Parole, consecutive sentences are appropriate here. This is due to the severity of the abuse to the two victims and the extreme need for Ms. Hildebrandt to be rehabilitated so that she no longer will present a risk to the community. The state respectfully requests that she be sentenced to 4 consecutive terms.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Ms. Hildebrandt, this circumstance is tragic. It's largely, of course, of your making. By any measure, your conduct in this case was disastrous for these children. Adults are supposed to protect children. Adults with specialized training in particular are supposed to protect children. You didn't do that in this case. In this case, you terrorized children, and the results have been tragic. What happened to these children and your philosophy in dealing with them frankly seems detached from reality or any objective standard of decency or even common sense. And the court finds that it is appropriate that you serve a prison sentence. The court finds under the statute, Utah Code 76-3-401, that given the gravity and circumstances of the offenses, the number of victims, and the history and character and needs of the defendant, that consecutive sentences are appropriate. The court imposes 4 1 to 15-year sentences to be, again, served consecutively for each of the 4 counts of aggravated child abuse. The last thing I do need to tell you is that you only have 30 days to file or perfect an appeal of any error of the court by filing a written notice of appeal with the clerk of the court. If you don't do that, you will lose your right to appeal. That has to be filed in writing and again within 30 days. You also have the right to the assistance of an attorney and to have an attorney appointed if you cannot afford to hire your own. Thank you. We're in recess.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks, Your Honor.
She thought that she was the victim. You know what? There's a lot to unpack here. We're going to take a short break, but stay with us. We'll have more coverage of the sentencing of Ruby Franke and Jodi Hildebrandt when we return. back to Law and Crime. Ruby Franke and her business partner, Jodi Hildebrandt, have been sentenced to 4 consecutive prison terms, which could range from 1 to 15 years each, following their guilty pleas to 4 counts of second-degree felony aggravated child abuse. Now, we've got some special guests with us. So I want to jump right into it because we don't have them for too long. We've got Brian Snee, anchor and reporter for KTU TV 2 News, as well as our 2 trial attorneys that we've had for the last few minutes. Brian, I'm going to start with you. I'm a little biased because of the name. You spell it right. But give us kind of like the local flavor of what we're hearing and seeing and what you've seen, because you've been covering this case pretty much from day one.
Brian, thanks for having me. This has really been one of many cases in the state of Utah that's garnered a lot of attention, and for good reason, because it was egregious from the get-go. What we heard the first few weeks were something that no parent wants to hear, especially when it's involving children here in the state. What is going to come from this case could be monumental here in the state of Utah. As you look at the second-degree felony charge right now for aggravated child abuse, there is a very good chance that what happens here for Ruby Franke and Jodi Hildebrandt will be a long-term impact in how these cases are adjudicated moving forward. As of right now, you mentioned those 4 consecutive counts and the terms. We knew that already from the plea agreement, and we've really understood what the sentencing was going to be. But what we don't know still is how long they will spend behind bars. And in Utah, things are a little bit different here. They use the Board of Pardons and Parole. They come together, and it really could be a matter of just a few months. It could be up to a year, and that is really still up in the air at this point. But we've learned a lot about Ruby Franke and Jodi Hildebrandt today, because, Brian, as it comes to this case, there were a lot of gaps. There were a lot of lulls, but today we got a lot of action when we heard from a lot of people. And for the first time since this case really got going in late August, we had a little energy about Ruby Franke and Jodi Hildebrandt, and we also know them more. We have a better understanding, and there's a really sharp divide between the two.
Yeah, Brian, I want to stay with you for a second, because in the past couple of cases, especially the crumbly cases out in Michigan, we talk about precedents, this kind of setting a standard. Do you feel, especially being in this community, that this creates a standard now for checking on children where there might be reports of child abuse, and also the sentences and the harshness that parents could face if such abuse is found in their home?
Listen, Brian, no other state compared to Utah treats children the way they do. There are so many children in the youngest state of the nation. Our very own government focuses so heavily on how children are treated, how they use social media, for example, how they are accepted in the community. So much on Utah's Capitol Hill right now is focused on children. And this case alone will at least have things looked at differently moving forward, because we've heard it from the prosecution right now. The District Attorney Eric Clark, he recognizes this is a second-degree felony. You've heard from Jodi Hildebrandt's niece. She would like to see this have as a standard for how things change in the future with a first-degree felony. I think this has legs, Bri. I really do. And the reason why is because of the amount of people in this community that feel this. When we're walking around town, People know why we're here. They know Ruby Franke now, and they know Jodi Hildebrandt, and it's not for the right reasons.
Absolutely. Well, we've got to go real quick. Sky, you're also a Utah attorney as well. What do you think about Hildebrandt's sentencing statement there, or victim impact statement?
I don't think it was very helpful to her. She declined to participate with AP&P and give a statement. Her statement in court focused largely on blaming everyone but her, to the extent it was anything. So I don't think it's going to help her.
Yeah,
Not before the court.
Ron, same question. We got about 20 seconds. She's the victim. Children are the perps. Everything that's going to happen in court is a lie. What did you take that in terms of her sentencing?
I think when the probation board relooks at this in a year or 4 years, whenever it is, she's going to get much more time than Franke.
All right, absolutely. Brian, Sky, and Ron, thank you very much for the look at this case, both on the ground and above. We're going to take a quick break from this, the Ruby Franke and Jodi Hildebrandt case.